We are live now. You can continue.
Dear participants and esteemed judges, a very warm welcome to all of you at Med-Invade 2021, organized by Squad Medicine and Research. We are a multidisciplinary voluntary group which was founded on the 24th of April 2020, aiming to strengthen healthcare through emphasis on medical research. With that in mind, Med-Invade provides a platform for all medical, dental, and other healthcare students to participate in the latest scientific breakthroughs. We have speakers from reputed institutes like AIMS, PGI-MER, and WHO, as well as international lecturers from Germany, Turkey, and numerous other countries. We also have JP as an educational sponsor, and they have kindly agreed to hand out prizes to the winning presenters. We thank all of our sponsors, and we may now begin the competition. We have with us our esteemed judges. Dr. Praveen Kumar M. is a clinical psychologist and an alumnus of Postgraduate Institute of Medical Education and Research at Chandigarh. He is a prolific researcher and has more than 75 indexed publications in PubMed. He was awarded the V.K. Bhargava Gold Medal for being the best outgoing student among preclinical sciences. He was also selected among the top 650 scientists for participating in the Lindau Nobel Laureate meeting in Germany. He is currently working as a lead clinical scientist in Nference, India. Nference is a company based out of Boston and is referred to as the Google of biomedicine by Washington Post for being the leader in deriving large-scale insights from EHR data from big healthcare centers such as the Mayo Clinic. We are extremely honored to have you with us, sir. Our other judge is Dr. Charushila Rukadikar. She is the Associate Professor of Physiology at Banas Medical College in Gujarat. She has an illustrious career graph, having authored more than 20 articles in numerous reputed journals. Her works have been facilitated at international conferences, including ASSOPICon and SimulCon. Her keen interest in research, biostatistics, and medical education has led to her completing numerous courses and workshops. She has served as the co-editor for ZMCH newsletter and was also on the cultural committee of the college. She has been an invited judge for multiple events in the past, and her feedback has always provided extreme value to the listeners. We are honored to have you with us, ma'am.
Thank you.
A small change like this. Sir was a DM clinical pharmacologist, so please acknowledge this. No?
We are honored to have you with us, sir. We are sure your guidance will be looked up to by all the participants. So we'll now begin with the paper presentations. Our first presenter is Mr. Siddharth Kumar. Dr. Siddharth Kumar. He's an intern from the Armed Forces Medical College, New Delhi, and he'll be presenting his paper in pathology. Siddharth, the stage is now yours.
So I would just like to give a brief to all the participants. So try to concentrate more on methodology results section. Okay, like let's say you are going to take some background of some work. Don't go so much into the background, that because background are generally which are already present. So just take a brief of the background, especially state your aim of the research very clearly, and also state if you have used any of the patient, animal, or data. Please state if you have got ethics committee permission or not. This is to be exclusively stated. So keep the background brief, concentrate more on results and methods, and then a key points of discussion. We will at least I and ma'am would not rate based on how much long you would present. It's about what are the important points which you are going to say. So keep it in that way, and all the very best. Thank you.
Ma'am, do you want to add any points to the sir?
Yes, Yes, as sir have mentioned, basically quantity or the how much long you are taking for the presentation, it really doesn't matter. Actually, just be specific, be particular regarding the presentation, and wish you all the best.
Thank you, ma'am. First participant, please be ready.
Siddharth, you can now begin your presentation. We'll start the timer as soon as you're ready.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, you're visible
Yes.
and audible.
A very good day to one and all present. I'm Dr. Siddharth Kumar. I'm currently an intern and I'm a graduate from Mount Forces Medical College. And the title of my study would be the study of peripheral blood neutrophil cell counter parameters in case of myelodysplastic syndromes and to assess if that can be used as a screening tool. So, myelodysplastic syndrome refers. Just a second. Myelodysplastic syndrome refers to a group of clonal stem cell disorders characterized by maturation defects that are associated with ineffective hematopoiesis and a high risk of transformation to AML. MDS is associated with one or more cytopenias, dyspnea, or one or more cell lineages, including erythroid, myeloid, and megakaryotic cell lineages. MDS is diagnosed based on clinical features, identification of morphological dysplasia via microscopic methods, the percentage of blasts in peripheral blood, and presence of ring sideroblasts and cytogenic abnormalities. However, a diagnosis based on morphological and cytogenic findings is often difficult in a significant proportion of cases, especially in the low-grade MDS without ring sideroblasts and with normal karyotype. Hence, an additional objective way for diagnosis of MDS is desirable. One such tool is fully automated Beckman automated hematological analyzer Beckman Coulter 750, which finds the volume, conductivity, and scatter of leukocytes and plots the data on a three-dimensional scatter plot, such that the size or the volume of the leukocytes is plotted on the y-axis, a cellular measure of cellular contents, or including nuclear complexity and nucleocytoplasmic proportion, that is conductivity on the z-axis, and granularity of the scatter on the x-axis. Our effort in this study would be to utilize these VCS parameters and identify specific parameter that would aid in suspecting MDS in a given clinical scenario. The aim of the study is to study the VCS parameters in case of myelodysplastic syndrome by using the LH750 cell counter and to identify abnormal neutrophils using VCS parameters in case of MDS. The objective is to compare the VCS parameters of neutrophils in case of MDS with the healthy volunteers blood sample and to know if they can be used as a potential screening tool. So the methodology, we collected blood samples from known cases of MDS patients, and the samples were evaluated on the same day, and the results were compared with healthy volunteers. The study's design is a case control study. The exclusion and inclusion criteria is as follows. The cases which had a large number of immature myeloid cells and blasts, cases which showed a left shift, cases with absolute neutropenia were excluded from the study. Then all cases of MDS, like pre-diagnosed cases of MDS, which reported to the Heme-Onco OPD of the Command Hospital Southern Command between July and September 2018. The duration of the study was 3 months. Observations and results. We collected a total of 33 samples of blood, which were of MDS patients in the duration of the study. Age and gender distribution was as follows. There were 10 males and 23 females. The ages of the patient ranged from 30 years to 80 years. The differences in the mean volume, mean conductivity, and mean scatter of the MDS patients and from the samples obtained from the controls was as follows. The mean volume was 151 and the control it was 146. The ranges are shown in the brackets. The difference between conductivity and scatter is a little lesser. It's 139 and 138 for control and MDS patient respectively, and 129 and 131 again. The standard deviation for the cell volume, cell conductivity, and scatter are again tabulated in the table, and they are 24.9 and 19.60 for the MDS patients and control respectively, 8.45 and 6.29, 15.48 and 12.91. The p values are again listed, have been added with the samples here. So coming to the discussion part of the data shows that the mean volume of neutrophil with MDS is 151.01, is more than that of the control population. Also, distribution of cell volume shows similar trend, that the value of higher for MDS groups than the control of average. And the P for this is less than 0.01, so the data is significant here. Also, the average values of mean conductivity are slightly lower in the control group, but not of much diagnostic value, as the difference is less in scatter and conductivity. The value of the mean scatter is less. Okay, the p value for scatter is 0.335, and the average values for distribution of are, for them, the p value is again less than 0.01. Similarly, the values for conductivity, cases of MDS, average value is 6.29 in cases of healthy individuals. The p value for this is less than p0, less than 0.004, and also the average value for SG scatter is 15.49 for the MDS group and 12.91 for the group of control.
Siddharth, unfortunately, your time is up. That is all the time we have now. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Okay.
Would Dr. Praveen have any questions for Siddharth?
Hello, Siddharth. First, congrats for a very good work. It's a very good work that you have conducted as an intern for studying a new diagnostic marker for myelodysplastic syndrome. So, having said that, I have like few comments in your thing. The first and foremost comments is, let's say whatever is your particular study, you have to follow the basic scientific rules. The graphs which you have plotted were actually missing, the units were actually missing on the y-axis. These are like important points to be taken care. And secondly, you have presented both the mean and SD as separate tables, and I really don't understand that. That is not actually the right format of presenting. First of all, your number of patients were less. Did you go for checking of the normality of the data before conducting the analysis?
Yes, sir. So we did. I did like go to the statistician in my college, and because we took it as a pilot study, so we enrolled every new patient of MDS which reported to our hospital. So that 33 was the number of patients. In our Indian setting, this study has not been repeated. In European studies also, the number of patients have been similar.
Okay, great. So I have 2-3 fast comments. First and foremost, never say that we are conducting for the first time in India. It does not make sense at all. For research, we have whole world as a single consortium. We don't distinguish studies between India and Europe. We should be the leaders in conducting a new study, and it does not matter whether it has been conducted before or not. First and foremost point. Second point, that was actually 33 is never a problem. You can even conduct a study with 25 patients also. But the most important is to actually follow the basic statistical principles and data analysis principle for doing it. Secondly, you were saying that there is already a study for myelodysplastic syndrome who have done similar. Definitely you should have cited it. And third, if it is a diagnostic study, you have missed out the ROC as well as the sensitivity and specificity. The most important, it is good that you have done a baseline univariate analysis. I would have gone for ROC analysis, and if you really wanted to actually go into a good journal and also enter into PubMed, I would have taken a step further for confirming into a multinomial model where you would have taken these multiple features for predicting your outcome. All these would have made the things much more better. And last, one more concluding remarks is the kind of presentation, at least in the discussion, right? In the discussion, you should never mention the p-values, the values and other thing. In discussion should always be in a more naturalistic language where the readers actually understand what you have done. It should be telling about the problem statements, then your key interpretation in terms of a very natural discussing language, and then lastly, a strength and limitation. So having said that, still I would say your study was very good. I would now pass on the mic to ma'am for her valuable comments. I am done.
Yes. Good evening, Siddharth. First of all, congratulations for such a wonderful subject. Actually, your topic is very good. But I will comment for the presentation skills. So I think you need to work on the this oral skills, presentation skills, and as sir have mentioned, the p-value and the statistical things you should take care of, and definitely for the time management also you need to work out. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, Siddharth. Up next, we have Kanike Andrew Marvin from Busitima University, Uganda, presenting his paper on coronavirus disease. Andrew, you may now take the floor.
Vishnu, just a minute. I would like to interrupt you, sir. Praveen, sir. This is Revan. Can you just update me on what should I be updating on the Google Sheet, please?
Okay, just you will have to just mark the order of presentation from SMR as 1. That's all. Nothing
Okay,
else.
sir. Sure, sir.
Just
Thank
put
you.
1 over there.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much.
Yes, good afternoon. I would like to put my slide in presentation view. Just a minute. This screen is not moving out of my way. Thank you so much. I hope you are able to. Thank you so much. I hope you are able to see my screen and hear me clearly. This is Kanike Andrew Marvin from Busitima University Faculty of Health Sciences. We conducted a study on acceptance of coronavirus disease 2019 vaccine among medical students in Uganda. That is the team of students that conducted the study. This is an original article by the authors. I'm their principal authors, and we had quite a number of authors, at least from each of the universities where we conducted the study. Like you can see there. Okay, we know that COVID-19 is still a major public health concern, currently affecting millions of people around the world, with those cases and recoveries in Uganda as of 7th July. And we know that several public health measures and therapeutics have been implemented, but still, vaccine remains the long-lasting solution. Several vaccine candidates are already rolled out, and in some countries, including Uganda, that started in early March 2021 with the AstraZeneca vaccine. Uganda started with priority groups consisting of health workers, security personnel, teachers, humanitarians, front health line workers, and those who are at risk of severe disease. Although the medical students were not part of the priority group, they form a core part of the healthcare response team in regional and national referral hospitals in Uganda. Therefore, they are also vulnerable. So we aim to find out whether, if chances given to them, they would actually take up this vaccine, assess the hesitancy, and also the factors that could be associated with the acceptance or the hesitancy. This was an online descriptive cross-sectional study which we carried out between 15th and 21st of March. We used WhatsApp groups mainly for sharing the data with the participants. We included medical students in 10 medical schools across Uganda doing different health-related science courses, and we used convenient sampling method. 6 of the universities were public and 4 private, and the estimated total number of students was 6,000 to 8,000. We analyzed this data using STATA16 categorical data associations. We assessed using chi-square and Fisher's test, and the p-value of less than 0.05 was significant. In our results, we surveyed 600 first to 5th year medical students. 62.8 were male, and the majority were in their 4th year of study. Majority were pursuing the bachelors of medicine and bachelors of surgery. And we can see that our overall COVID-19 acceptability was low, 37.3%, and the vaccination hesitancy was 30.7%. From our results, we further see that factors that were associated with vaccine acceptance were being male, and you can see from the adjusted odds ratio that males were almost twice more likely to take up the vaccine than female, and being single was also associated with taking up the vaccine. And these results actually in concordance with some previous study we had carried out and showed that actually females had a poor attitude towards COVID-19, just like in so many other countries. Having a very high or moderate passive risk of getting COVID-19 was also associated with accepting the vaccine. And participants who were reluctant or hesitant to get vaccination before, those that were hesitant before, were also less likely to take up this COVID-19 vaccine. And you can see that there were almost 40% unlikely to take it. Most cited reason for rejecting the vaccine was fear of side effects, 64.4% of the participants. And our major source of negative information was from social media, from this study, for those that had received negative information about COVID-19. Major reasons for accepting were to protect oneself and others from COVID-19, and this was in concordance with so many other studies that showed that actually people who have that passive sense of protecting themselves or others, they are likely to take up a health intervention. We see that from our study, there were low levels of acceptance towards COVID-19 among the medical students in Uganda, and they had low perceived risk of COVID-19. Typically plausible because most people who have...
Unfortunately, Andrew, that is all the time we have for your presentation. I now like to request Dr. Praveen, Kumar and Dr. Charushila to ask their questions.
Hey, hello, Andrew, Marvin. It was a great presentation. Thank you so much for bringing up the thing. So, having said that, I would like to bring some key points in yours, and I see many of them actually missing them out. Whenever what is your main aim of the study is actually to assess the vaccine hesitancy and vaccine acceptability among the students. So whenever you are going to say vaccine hesitancy and vaccine acceptability or any of the things which are going to be, what is going to be a primary outcome or like the key outcome of your study, you should always explicitly define it. That is, what do you mean by vaccine hesitancy? Though it may be self-implicit, that it may be by itself, it may be understood that vaccine hesitancy means just they are hesitant for vaccine. Still, you need to define it very, very clearly. And I would say that the lack of definition of vaccine hesitancy and vaccine acceptability is to be taken as an important point in your case. And second is, you have done a questionnaire based study, and the validity of the questionnaire you have not written. That is, whether the questionnaire which you have used is valid or not. And I also see the sample sizes were actually kind of differing. That is, in the methodology, you were actually saying that there were like thousands of patients, but you have actually sampled 400 patients. So you could directly say that that was a main sample from which you have actually subsample. So, and you actually mentioned the subsample at the results end. So it is important to actually have a mention like that. And one last point to bring about is, you actually done adjusted odds ratio, which is an extremely good test. You have actually done the logistic regression. But what is the key point which is missing over here is, whenever you are trying to present in these formats, you should always mention what was the reference taken. You should explicitly mention this is whether this is going to be a single univariate or this is going to be a multivariate logistic regression. And in case of multivariate logistic regression, what was the reference taken, and for each of the level, what are the reference taken. So in that case, the better method of representation would be a table. So that's why if you see universally any of the papers, environmental public health papers, or let's say even medical papers, they would always mention logistic regression as in a table format. So I would recommend you to having said that, but it was a good presentation. So I would now hand over the mic to ma'am for her valuable comments. Thank you. I am done.
Thank you so much.
Ma'am, you're on mute.
So congratulations, Andrew, for you have chosen a very recent topic for the research purpose, and you have done a very good study. Just I want to mention that you haven't specified the which type of vaccine, the hesitancy you are taking for a particular vaccine or overall all type of vaccines. So that should be mentioned. Second, have you done this study? You have done this through the, I think, Google Forms, but have you done it through the Likert scale type, that is agree, strongly agree, disagree type? Have you calculated in this way the hesitancy towards the vaccination? So I think this should be mentioned, and congratulations to you, and you can add up these points. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to our respected judges and Andrew for their insights on the wonderful paper. I now request our next participant to start sharing. We have Aisha Hassan from Maharashtra presenting her paper on preventive and social medicine. She's a student of Rajiv Gandhi Medical College. Aisha, the floor is now yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Am I visible and audible?
Yes, Aisha, you're visible and audible. Could you kindly adjust the camera so that we can see your face? Thank you. That's much better. Thank you so much.
Okay. Is my PPT visible?
Yes, it is visible now.
Okay, thank you.
Best of luck. We'll start when you're ready.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Aisha Hassan. My topic for today is gender difference in awareness and use of telemedicine amongst allopathic medicos. This is an original research paper done in April to July 2020 under the guidance of Dr. Sundaram Karthikeyan and Dr. Shrabani Bhattacharya. Introduction. The Indian government has launched the Niti Aayog guidelines for telemedicine practice in 2020 to tackle the gap created in the healthcare system by the COVID-19 pandemic, striking the nation. Also to tackle the healthcare needs of large population by the limited number of specialist doctors. Definition. The World Health Organization defines telemedicine as the delivery of healthcare services where distance is a critical factor by all healthcare professionals using information and communication technologies for the exchange of valid information for diagnosis, treatment, and prevention of diseases and injuries, research, and evaluation, and for the continuing education of healthcare providers, all in the interest of advancing the health of individuals and their communities. So what are the types? So there can be real-time or synchronous, where there is live transfer of information, store and forward or asynchronous for offline assessment, remote monitoring type for 24/7 remote monitoring, health professional to health professional, and health professional to patient. So some of the examples for use of telemedicine are like television, mobile apps, teleconsulting, etc. So how does one use telemedicine? All you need is an internet connection or a telephone or any telecommunication device. Let me demonstrate you how. So here, a doctor sitting in Mumbai is giving consultation to a patient sitting in a remote village in Andhra Pradesh. So what are the benefits of telemedicine? Benefits, better maintenance, benefits to doctors, better maintenance of documentation, legal safety, increased revenue, affordable care, better doctor-patient relationships, benefits to patient, not required to travel long distance for appointment, lower cost of treatment, minimized risk of nosocomial infection, and reduced morbidity, and also specialized care for rare medical conditions is also available easily. So the biggest advantage in COVID-19 is that it prevents spread of infectious diseases. And there has been a massive increase in usage from 11,000 cases consulted per week in 2017 to 650,000 cases in 2020 consulted via telemedicine. Aims and objective. The present study was conducted in a metropolitan city to determine the gender difference in awareness and use of telemedicine. Material and methods. The study was conducted in April to July 2020 during the lockdown due to coronavirus pandemic. Type of study was a cross-sectional descriptive study. Sample sized 126 doctors from a metropolitan city in India. Inclusion criteria, doctors who agreed to participate by consent and were above 18 years. Exclusion criteria, who did not give consent. Material, informed consent, pre-tested, pre-validated questionnaire given via Google Forms, administered via chain sampling technique. Microsoft Excel spreadsheet, SPSS statistical software. For data analysis, the discrete data, the percentage of responses and standard error of difference between two sample proportions were calculated. For continuous data, the standard error of difference between two means was calculated. 95% confidence interval was stated, and the statistical significance was determined at p less than 0.05. Results. The mean age of female was about 28.53 plus minus 4 years, and for males was 30.21 plus minus 7.32 years. 32 years. The gender difference in mean age was not statistically significant. The minimum first quartile and median of the ages distribution was identical for respondents of both sexes, while the third quartile and maximum of the age distribution was higher for male respondents. Here, the Z and P value for male and female responses were calculated to find out whether they were significant or not. Limitation of study, lack of in-person interview due to pandemic, less number of responses. Observation and discussion. Here we can see that for the awareness part, male showed great, about 3/4% of the male, 77.92% of male were aware, whereas only 2/3 female were aware. But females surpassed the males in the actual usage of telemedicine. Conclusion, I would like to conclude by saying, with the global pandemic of COVID-19, telemedicine has become the need of the hour for the future of healthcare. The awareness of telemedicine was more amongst male medicos. Female medicos outnumber their male counterparts in actual use of telemedicine. These were my references. Thank you.
Thank you, Aisha, for that presentation. I'd now like to ask Dr. Charushila first in case she has any queries.
Okay, very nice presentation, Aisha. I just want to ask that there are the different types of telemedicines,
yes,
like store and forward, remote monitoring,
yes,
or real-time interacquisition. So out of which telemedicine part you have included in this study?
Ma'am, we were just assessing whether the doctors were aware, because the studies have shown that the major impediment in India for telemedicine is lack of awareness and lack of know-how of how to use the internet amongst doctors, because the doctors are still figuring out how to use telemedicine for consultation. So this was more of an awareness and usage study. But I had delved into the types and for my own personal research purpose, but I had not asked the doctors, because it was just to know whether they were aware of the research or whether they were aware of telemedicine or not.
Okay. No issue. Very good study, Aisha. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Praveen, sir, kindly ask your questions.
Hey, hello, Aisha. It was a good presentation. You have taken an important point of telemedicine, but having said that, I have a few points. So first and foremost, your introduction was a bit noisy. It is good that you have defined telemedicine. I liked that particular part, but I would not delve so much deep into the, let's say, definition of, let's say, the types of telemedicine in a poster competition where you could have emphasized much more in your own points. Second is the source of data, which you have actually plotted a data in your introduction. Yes. The source of data was not mentioned. The source of data has to be importantly mentioned. And thirdly, you have actually used a standard error of mean, and standard error of mean is not the right way to calculate. When you are doing an inferential statistics, you should have done a standard deviation. And
sir,
you have also,
that in mind. Thank you, sir.
Yes, and you have also done a box plot, but you have mentioned the age as mean and standard deviation. Whenever you are mentioning box plot, you should actually use the median and IQR. So there is a discordance between your descriptive and your visual statistics. Both your descriptive and visual statistics should go hand in hand. If you would have mentioned it as, if you are going to put it as a box plot, you should have mentioned it median and IQR. And also, I like the part that you are trying to bring the gender differences between the two. It is also important that you take you to classify like what are the number of genders you actually put, and there is also a thing known as third gender. How did you account this for? That is also important to actually take into account. You can say that none of them actually none of them were actually there in the study or so, but it is important to take them also and also to represent them during a discussion. Thank you so much. I'm done.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, Aisha, for that presentation. We'll now move on to our next participant, We have Brian from Rift Valley, Kenya. He's a fourth-year medical student at Moi University. He'll be presenting his paper on oral health and safety. The floor is now yours, Brian. Brian? Brian, are you here?
Hello.
Yes,
Hello,
Brian,
can you
you're
hear?
audible and visible.
Okay, I am Brian Kikwach from Kenya. So I did a study on occupational health and safety practices among nurses at the county referral hospital during the COVID-19 pandemic. So this is my original study. A brief introduction about Kenya. Kenya is a country in the eastern part of Kenya. So it has 43 counties. I have marked the setting of my study. I have circled in purple. So the background of the study was to find out the safety of nurses during the pandemic, now that they are the first line workers during the management of patients. My objectives were to find their knowledge on occupational health and safety, to find out the various hazards they are exposed to, and to find out the management practices laid down to manage the pandemic. So this study was a descriptive study, which was carried out in Kericho. I used a Likert scale to develop a self-administered questionnaire. In the findings, a total of 88 nurses enrolled in the study. 32 were males and 56 were female. So quite a number were aware of the laid occupational health and safety regulations. Some also recognize that they should take part in resolving workplace health and safety concerns. On the types of hazards they are exposed to, most claim that they were exposed to biological hazards, which include blood during wound dressing, the psychological stress when they leave their patients during the pandemic. We have physical safety and chemical hazards. It was also noted that the employer does not enforce occupational safety practices to their employees, where they need to conduct occupational health and safety campaigns frequently to ensure that they identify the hazards and ensure their management at an early stage. It was also noted that the long wearing of the PPEs have a psychological impact on the nurses, including the increasing workload. The biological hazards are majorly from wound dressing and also blood during theater procedures. The occupational health and safety practices, the employers also had in a study 2018 concluded that there need to be enforcement of occupational health and safety management practices to ensure that work-related injuries are well managed, and also conducts medical training and examination to employees before their enrollment. There also need to be medical compensations in case these healthcare workers develop problems during their service delivery. Also, there should be frequent occupational safety and health programs at all times. This will ensure that there is identification of the hazards and their management at an early stage. The study implied that there is still a gap in the management of occupational health and safety among healthcare workers in the country, and therefore this could also mean the same in other countries, including Andrew's country like Uganda. The recommendation is there's still more attention need to be put on the psychological hazards nurses are exposed to, because they lead to issues like burnouts, stress, and some absenteeism in work. There's also need to be development of occupational health and safety departments in each health facility. Also, nurses should be trained on occupational health and safety to ensure that they have an expanded knowledge on its various elements and ensure that there is its management at an early stage. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Brian. I would now like to ask Dr. Praveen to ask his queries to Brian.
Hey Brian, congrats for your work for conducting a study assessing the health assessment and risk with nurses in your center. So I quickly have some important thing, right? So first and foremost, at the introduction, though you did mention a bit on the discussion front, in the introduction, it will always be good if you exclusively mention a statement which actually incited you to conduct the particular research. See, let's say you have a particular kind of data which actually pushed you to do a research. That is another thing. So these are all general statements, right? These are all general statements. You should actually you can actually exclusively mention a statement with a particular data also supporting it, to say that okay, these many patients, these many nurses were actually shown to be having, let's say, contracting COVID. Okay, let's say if more amount of COVID, nurses were actually contracting, that actually justifies you for conducting a particular study, because probable reason for them for contracting COVID is actually that they were not aware. So it is always important for you at the level of introduction to give one exclusive statements to give. So these are all a bit of generic statements. You should give a more exclusive statement for you to conduct a research. And second is, um, you have actually commented on parts which I've actually not done, right? Let's say you have actually done that. You are actually saying that more amount of emphasis needs to be given in safety and all this, because it's important, because it's backed up by your own research. But when I'm going to say that let's say the government needs to allot more funds into it, and that fund will actually be able to overcome this. Now these are actually, what you know is, are like a more deeper interpretation than what you have done at the original research level. It is always better to restrict your comments in the discussion to the level of what you have actually performed, not to make inferences. Who knows that, let's say, even if government gives more amount of fund, probably the funding is not the factor for improving the safety among the nurses. Rather, more amount of educational what is it, CMEs to them is actually will be elevating them. So we cannot actually ascribe that if we do this, this will go, unless until we have done it. So I would always refrain from making inferences. Having said that, it was good, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr. Charushila, I'd now like you to ask your questions.
Yes, congratulations, Brian, for this study. First of all, your introduction was too lengthy and it was not specific. It is what it was little bit of vague, and objective were also not clear, because you were talking about the management part also, and you are talking about the what were the problems also. So exact things were not so much clear. Again, you have done the study through the questionnaire, but the validation of the questionnaire was also not explained properly, and the sample size and the ethical issues were also not so much clear. So please work on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you, ma'am, for all of your queries. We'd now like to move on to our next presenter. Chanchal Daria is a third-year dental student from Maharashtra, India, from MGM Dental College and Hospital, who will now be presenting a paper on oral medicine. Chanchal, the floor is now yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Chanchal, you're audible and visible.
Okay, that's great. Can you view my screen? Can you tell me what you see?
I can see your first slide, Tasteless Times.
Okay, great. So I'll be starting now. Good evening, I'm Chanchal Dharia. Today I'd like to present to you the findings of Tasteless Times, which is based on dysgeusia severity and recovery time in COVID-19 patients in India. I was particularly interested in this subject because I'm a dental student and a considerable number of COVID-19 patients express taste and smell disturbances as a prodromal, coexistent, or as the only manifestation, and we should be familiar with it. This research is original and was conducted by me in June 2021. Since we're all familiar with COVID-19 and its clinical presentation, I'll be focusing on one such characteristic feature, which is chemosensory dysfunction, which includes dysgeusia. The patients cannot even taste coffee or oranges. What is this dysgeusia? Dysgeusia is a general terminology identifying all types of impaired taste sensation, qualitative or quantitative. Quantitative includes hypogeusia, hypogeusia, or ageusia. As per various studies, 71 to 88.8% of COVID-19 patients have shown taste disturbances. The sample profile of my study is 85. Sample size is 85, and the sample profile has been mentioned below.
Hey, Chanchal, if you are shifting your slides, I'm not able to see it. Can you take care of it? Are you shifting the slides, or because as far as I can understand, you are still in your first slide. Yes. Please continue.
Okay. Till where did you?
We were all listening with your first slide on. You can probably continue with the point of where you are speaking, right? I suppose it will be methods. You can possibly move on to that.
Okay. I'll just move on to that. Before that, I'd like to say that a limitation of my study is that this perception of taste is subjective. Okay. And I'd also like to, I hope the slide is moving. I'd also like to tell you that the peripheral neurotropism is the most likely cause of dysgeusia, where the virus enters the nerves through a direct or an indirect route, and it enters the CNS and it causes demyelination of the nerves. And also they say that sense of taste is not directly altered. It's because sense of smell is altered. Now, methodology and objectives. The objective of this study is to understand how long it takes for a COVID patient to recover their sense of taste and the factors that affect it. To explain the methodology, I've prepared a brief flowchart which explains that the first step was to read articles, collect data, and understand the pathogenesis.
When the slide is not moving.
Now?
No. Yes, now.
It has moved on my screen. I'm sorry if there's some lag.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes. So I prepared a patient information sheet and a pre-validated structured questionnaire on Google Forms, which was then circulated. A total of 100 people participated in the study, out of which 85 completed the survey. Let's look at the results now. On the left, as you can see, 27.7% patients chose level 3 to describe their loss of taste, which is a considerable minority. And the study showed that anosmia is always accompanied by dysgeusia. Since we saw this, it is a possibility that anosmia can cause dysgeusia. So the hypothesis was proved right. Now, we observed that in both the sexes, we observed that both the sexes had similar recovery time. However, females felt a more severe alteration in taste. Other than that, younger age groups below 30 perceived the symptom more severely than those above 30. This is probably due to the fact that there's higher prevalence of taste disorder in adults, as per an article from 2017. Also, participants, about 60% of them noticed their loss of taste after diagnosis. That's why I say that the tongue might not feel what the mind does not know. Average recovery time for people with no medical history was found to be around 16 days, but in ex-smokers, it was near 30 days. However, there was no correlation found with current smokers. This is possibly due to the fact that they already have an altered sense of taste. Those with comorbidities like hypertension and like asthma, we had 6 patients of hypertension and 2 patients of asthma. They had a longer recovery time, about 30 to 50 days. Moreover, as you can see on the right, about 15% people who recovered from COVID-19 in April which is a significant minority, had still not recovered from their dysgeusia in June 2021, which is more than 60 days. Other symptoms, when asked about other oral symptoms, they said they did not notice any. Only 5 out of 85 confirmed that they noticed a white coating on their tongue. In spite of several news articles regarding the COVID tongue or even the alteration in taste itself, most people are not aware. I say that because they noticed it after diagnosis. And since they don't go for regular dental appointments, they won't even know if they had a transient geographic tongue and why they had it. Other than that, more epidemiologic studies are required, and those which cover different types of taste bones as well. Because recognizing these distinctive clinical features can raise
Unfortunately, Chanchal, that is all the time we have.
That is my last slide.
I would now request Dr. Praveen to please ask his questions.
Hey Chanchal, it was a good study. It was a good take, and I really liked the particular topic because it's one of the topic which is to be explored more. And I also like one more point of it that you have actually tried with putting illustrations with your thing, but that you actually did it voluntarily. It is like really good. So you could actually work on it much more. Medical illustrations as itself is a very big field, and it is good. And also, I would like to know if the pathogenesis which you have marked, is it your own drawing or is it like taken from somewhere?
The flowchart?
Yes, the pathogenesis.
Yes, I made it on myself.
Okay, good. So that's again good. So having said that, some of the points to be taken is you have actually tried to assess dysgeusia as well as anosmia using questionnaires, right? So the more the because let's say what is the surety that there is always a recall bias with this type of study design, and these kind of research questions requires a clinical person to actually assess it on hand, and also to at least you should actually should have taken the questionnaire in a different way rather than a pre-filled questionnaire. It could have taken as a live questionnaire where you could have put as a more leading questions, and then to exactly understand what is the data has to be collected. That would have made it much more better. And again, I'm seeing that the graphs and other things were actually not marked, and it is very important to actually follow the routine scientific principles where you mark the x and y axis. Both your x and y axis of both of your graphs were not labeled. If you see this again, like I don't know what is on the x axis, what is on the y axis. These are like to be taken importantly. Otherwise, it was a good presentation, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr. Charushila.
Yes, Chanchal, it was good presentation, and I just want to mention two things. That is regarding the statistical analysis. I think these things were not mentioned. That how the sample size were calculated, and the references regarding this questionnaires were not mentioned. So I think that should be added, and it was good study. Keep it up.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chanchal. And now I'll request our next participant to take the floor. We have Chinmay Guralwar from GMC Nagpur, Maharashtra. He's a third MBBS student who will be presenting his paper on pharmacology. Chinmay, you may now begin.
Hello, is my screen visible?
Yes, your screen is visible and you are audible.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I'm Chinmay Prakash Guralwar, a final year MBBS student from GMC Nagpur. My study topic is comparative study of complementary and alternative medicine use in patients of chronic kidney disease, pre-dialysis versus dialysis. Before we begin, there are two terms I'd like to explain. The first term is CAM, that is complementary and alternative medicine. It is a group of diverse medical and healthcare system practices and products that are not generally considered a part of conventional medicine. Example, Ayurveda, homeopathy, or naturopathy. CKD, that is chronic kidney disease, is defined as an abnormality of kidney structure or function present for more than 3 months with implication in health, and has been a worldwide issue affecting millions of people. Due to various comorbidities and need for multiple medication, most of the CKD patients do not have satisfactory quality of life and turn to CAM to manage several of their issues. Wide variation in use of CAM in CKD patient has been reported in various studying, ranging from 18% in Trinidad, 61% in USA to 82% in Nigeria. Extensive research of published literature revealed only one Indian study in which 26% of patients reported using some CAM, and Ayurveda was the most common one. Though CAM may provide new therapeutic options for patients with CKD, not all CAM practices may be safe. Hence, it is important to establish the extent and pattern of CAM use in CKD patient so the healthcare providers may better be informed and advise the patients accordingly. The objective of the study was to determine the prevalence and pattern of CAM use in patients of CKD and to compare use in pre-dialysis patients and patients on dialysis. This was a prospective cross-sectional questionnaire-based study conducted in nephrology department of Super Specialty Hospital, GMC Nagpur. Patients were selected from those admitted in nephrology wards and those attending nephrology OPD. And this study was initiated after approval from the Institutional Ethics Committee. These were the inclusion and exclusion criteria. Patients meeting the selection criteria were brief about the study, and patient information sheet in vernacular language was provided. Written informed consent was obtained, and the enrolled patients were divided into 2 groups, pre-dialysis patients and group 2 patients for dialysis. Patients were interviewed by direct face-to-face interview. Their prescriptions were analyzed and information was entered in a self-designed, semi-structured, open-ended questionnaire. We used Fisher's exact test and unpaired t-test for the categorical numerical variables respectively. P-value less than 0.05 was considered significant, and graph-paired prism was used for statistical analysis. Study was carried out in 127 patients of CKD admitted in nephrology ward. These are the baseline characteristics. Other than the age of patient, other characteristics were similar in both the groups. Diagnosis of the study patients, majority of the patient in the pre-dialysis group had CKD with hypertension, while the majority in the dialysis group were suffering from CKD alone. This table 3 shows the medicines prescribed to both the groups. Alpha keto analog and enalapril telmisartan was significantly more prescribed in the pre-dialysis group compared to dialysis group, while erythropoietin was significantly more prescribed in the dialysis group compared to pre-dialysis group. Out of the total patient interviewed, 30 patients, that is 23.62% of patients, reported using some sort of CAM. Patients who used CAM in pre-dialysis group were 19% and 32.5% in dialysis group. 50% of patients in dialysis group and 57 in dialysis reported to have experienced beneficial effect. Majority of the patient, that is 81% and 57 in pre-dialysis and dialysis respectively, did not disclose the use of CAM to the regular doctor. There was no statistically significant difference between 2 groups in any of the parameter. The main reason that patients gave for not disclosing the use of CAM to their doctors was that they did not feel it was necessary to do it, and it was not asked by the doctor, and they also feared about doctor's reaction. Figure 1 shows that Ayurveda was most commonly practiced CAM in both the groups. Figure 2 shows that friends, neighbors, and relatives were most common source of information about CAM in both the groups. Patient reported some benefits as well as adverse effects. And the reason given by most patients who stopped CAM was no benefit obtained. This was a questionnaire-based study, but unlike other questionnaire-based study, which are self-administered and have certain limitations, such as respondents may find it difficult to understand or may interpret some question incorrectly, these limitations were overcome in this study as respondents were interviewed by the investigator themselves. We found that 30 patients, that is 19% of pre-dialysis and 32% of dialysis, reported CAM use. This is in contrast to another study that reported a high percentage of patients in pre-dialysis group That is 60% in dialysis and 33% in dialysis group.
Unfortunately, Chinmay, that is all the time we have. I would now request Dr. Charushila to ask her questions to Chinmay.
Chinmay, it was a good study, that use of this camp, and this Ayurveda and other things related with this scam use. Now, just tell me that in the discussion part, you have mentioned that the study was contraindicated with other studies, that your results were varied from other studies. Have you gone into the details regarding the what was the cause?
Yes, ma'am. That was also mentioned in one of the slides, but I wasn't able to explain.
Okay.
Different studies define CAM, like our study defined CAM as Ayurvedic, homeopathy, naturopathy, and yoga. But we did not include supplements or a few other things that were included by other studies. So CAM definition is a bit skeptical, because different people use different definition. That may be one of the reason that we underestimated CAM use. We did not specifically ask like if unless the patient himself told it.
Okay.
For the natural supplements and extra.
Okay, Chinmay, it was good study. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, hello, Chinmay. It was a good study, and some of the positive points of yours were actually that you did not do a pre-filled questionnaire. You made a voluntary questionnaire. You have exclusively defined all the outcomes, and also is that your study was also a negative study, and I like the way you actually presented a negative study, because negative studies are equally as important as there is a positive study, and negative study in by no way is actually lesser or more as compared to the positive study. So I like that point. So having said that, I have some takeovers for you. First and foremost, you did mention that you took ethics committee approval, but you have not mentioned your IEC approval number. An ethics committee approval mentioning without IEC approval number will not make a big sense. And secondly, your tables which you have put in your results were actually not oriented to each other. And these are like very simple things which are to be taken care of, because these generally say that you have not given much attention to your typing. So it's important that your tables needs to be oriented to each other, and these make a big sense, because having conducted such a big effort in interviewing more than 100 patients, both pre-dialysis, dialysis, that means you have visited repeatedly the nephrology wards, you have made sure you follow all the patients. So all these efforts will look timid if you don't format your presentation nicely. So
Yes.
these are the two takeovers. Otherwise, it was a good study. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, Chinmay, for the presentation. We now move on to our next presenter. Our next presenter is Dev Desai. He's a student from Srimati NHL MMC Medical College, Gujarat. Will be presenting his paper on respiratory physiology. Dev, the floor is now yours.
Can you confirm that you all can hear me and you can see the slides?
You're audible as well as visible, Dave. The slides are also visible. You may now begin.
Thank you. So first of all, I would like to say sorry for my voice. It's spoiled, I know. Thank you. So my study topic is understanding dynamics of respiration amongst sexes. So who breathes more efficiently? It is done with a friend of mine, a colleague of mine, Prahas Dave, and two of my physiology professors, Dr. Anita Verma and Dr. Neeraj Mahajan at SMT NHL MMC. My article was an original type, and I can say that the data was not forged, and we collected data with utmost precision. So introduction. So respiration, as we all know, is a complex phenomena requiring all muscles and too much moving parts. And males and females have different physiology, different anatomical differences and physiological differences, which can lead to differences between both respiratory measures. So Respirometry is the test conducted to assess one's respiration, respiratory power, respiratory volumes, and capacities. So, as we all know, the respirometry, we all have done the physiology practical of respirometry, where if you blow in the tube, the drum goes up and you can actually see the marking on the scale. So our aim was to find normal values of respirometry measurements in India, because most of the books that we use are from Europe, and they use the European standard values. And we also wanted to assess correlation between BMI and obesity with lung volumes and capacities. So we did a cross-sectional study with 216 students, where 63 were males and 153 were females, and all of them were between 17 to 19 years of age group. We included the students who were willing to give consent and who did not suffer from any respiratory disease. Other students were excluded. So, and we used different, as it was a quantitative data, we used average standard deviation, standard error of mean, confidence interval, and Pearson correlation values to assess and to correlate our data. So let's start with results. So as we said, there were 63 male participants and 153 female participants. So let's talk about tidal volume. So we found average tidal volume of in males to be about 553 ml, where in females it was 666 ml. On the right, you can see a confidence interval graph where we took a confidence interval 95 as a measuring tool. And it is evident that both of the graphs are not overlapping, and hence there is a significant difference. The p-value also comes to be 0.031. As you can see, the values are similar to European standard books. When we did a Pearson correlation statistics, we found a negative correlation in males and females between BMI and tidal volume, that as the BMI increases, the tidal volume decreases. But the values are not as significant as it should be and are not as strong. Same for inspiratory reserve volume. We found the values to be as near to as European standard books, and they were higher in males than in females with about 300 ml. And the p-value was less than 0.0001. For Pearson correlation values, the values were positively correlatable, but they were actually weak. For expiratory reserve volume, we also found the similar results as IRV, that males have a higher average and higher confidence interval than females, but it was a significant difference, and the p-value was less than 0.0001. And also in males here, we found a positive correlation between BMI and ERV, but a negative correlation between ERV and BMI in females. We actually found similar researches where this was the case. For vital capacity standing, we found it to be about 4,000 ml in males and 3,300 ml in females, and the p-value was less than 0.0001. Also, if you compare it with vital capacity sitting, it is 500 ml about higher than 500 ml lower than standing. Pearson correlation value was also positive, but very weak for both vital capacity standing and sitting. When we talk about maximum expiratory pressure, it is actually about how good the respiratory muscles are while pushing the air out. So we found the average maximum expiratory pressure to be 90 in males and to be 64 in females. P-value of less than 0.0001 was calculated, and it can be seen that there is a significant difference, and but there is no significant correlation between MEP and BMI in both males and females. So we can conclude here that the values that we found in our study was actually near to the European standards, but we could not find any correlation between BMI and...
Unfortunately, Dev, that is all the time we have. I would now like to request Dr. Charushila to ask her questions.
Okay, Dev, it was a good study. Just I want to mention few points. First, regarding the procedure part or material methods, you haven't mentioned exact procedure for the, you have used this methodology by using the respirometer, but exactly what the instructions you will give to the students or your participants, that you haven't mentioned. Again, the ethical committee approval you have not mentioned. You have focused mainly on the result part, but in that also you have mentioned that weak correlation or strong correlation, but you haven't mentioned that values also, so that you can add up this for the better clarification. And in the charts also, the x-axis and y-axis, they were not named. So I think that things you could add for the, I think for few charts I have seen that the axis, on the axis their name were not mentioned. So you could add these things, and it was a good study. Keep it up. I think sir, now sir will take over.
Hey, thank you, Desai. It was good. It was good presentation. It was a good research question as well. So my first and foremost thing is, what made you think that the Indian values will be different from Europe? So you said that there has been not a study about from India which is actually mentioning this. At least to my knowledge, I do know a couple of studies which have assessed this, but even in that context, what it made you think that Indian values will be different from Europe?
So, sir, when you see different research papers, we can find that average height and average weight of normal population is different. So when you make a normal distribution graph of, let's say, American population, European population, and Indian population, it will be different with different standard deviations and different heights. So we thought that if height and weight are not similar, and if genetics are not similar, we can say that we can find out that if there is a difference between respiratory capacities. That was
okay.
the main goal.
Okay. Second is, did you give informed consent as well as patient information sheet, that is participant information sheet, to all the students? How did you
Yes,
recruit
sir.
the students?
Yes, sir. So for the recruitment of the students, we actually had our juniors, which were in the physiology department, conducting the exercise as their normal practical exams. So we asked our professors and we asked the students if they'll be able to help us. We give them a proper consent form, a case report form, and everything was mentioned in there. And they had to sign the consent form and they had to write the values in the case report form. We had our seniors and we had our professors sit there and see if they are writing the correct values and if we are recording the data precisely.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dev, for that presentation. Thank you, judges, for your questions. We now move on to our next presenter. Indra Mishra is a student from IGIMS Patna who will be presenting her paper on physiology. Indra, you may now take the floor. Indra, you're on mute.
Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, Indra, you're audible and visible, and
okay.
your slides are also visible.
Very good evening to everyone. Myself, Indira Mishra, tutor, Department of Physiology, IGMS Patna. Title, Brainstem Auditory Evoke Potential Study in Patients with Type 2 Diabetes mellitus at Different Frequencies. Under introduction, As per WHO in 2005, more than 180 million people had diabetes worldwide. Neuropathy is the common and late complication of diabetes mellitus. Sensory neural hearing loss, which is severe at higher frequencies, has been reported in diabetic patients. Evoke potential recordings evaluate the neural pathways in the central nervous system. Brainstem auditory evoke potential, that is BERA, localizes anatomic structures using different waves and detect acoustic and central neuropathy. Hence, BERA is used widely. To compare BERA waves in type 2 diabetes mellitus patients and the healthy control group at different frequencies of 2 kilohertz, 4 kilohertz, and 6 kilohertz at 18 decibels. Under materials and methods, it was a cross-sectional comparative study done in Diabetic Clinic GMC Aurangabad, Maharashtra in 2016. Inclusion criteria n is equal to 30 type 2 diabetic patients of either sex between the age of 35 to 50 years, 5 years duration, selected from Diabetic Clinic of GMC Aurangabad. Control group n is equal to 30, age and sex match with HbA1c less than 5.6. Exclusion criteria: smokers, alcoholics, subjects with hepatic, renal, endocrine disorders, ear disease, strokes, head injury with overt neuropathy on lipid lowering agents, ototoxic drugs, history of exposure to prolonged loud noise, family history of deafness, antipsychotic drugs, antidepressants were excluded. Group 1 n is equal to 30, age and sex match control subjects with HbA1c less than 5.6. Group 2 n is equal to 30 diabetic patients diagnosed based on HbA1c equal and above 6.5%. Sample size was calculated by AI therapy statistics, beta large effect 0.8, alpha 0.05, power 80%. Consent was taken, informed written consent, and it was approved by the Institutional Ethical Committee. Student unpaired t-test was a statistical analysis used. This is a demographic data where age, weight, height, BMI, and HbA1c was taken from both the groups. We can see it, HbA1c, which is 5.6 in group 1, and group 2 it was 10.08. Now, under the result, this is graph 1, absolute latency and interpeak latency in control and diabetic group patients at 2 kilohertz and 80 decibels was recorded. Similarly, this graph 2, it was recorded at 4 kilohertz and 80 decibels. Similarly, third graph 3 at 6 kilohertz and 80 decibels. Now, under this result, the latency of wave 1 was found to be non-significant in both the groups of control and diabetic patients. This suggests 8 nerve transmission till the level of cochlear nucleus was not altered. Absolute latency of waves 3, 5 and interpeak latency 1, 3, 3, 5 and 1, 5 at 80 decibels and at 2 kilohertz, 4 kilohertz and 6 kilohertz were significant and delayed in group 2 of diabetic patients. This suggests delayed transmission of auditory pathway at the level of brainstem and midbrain, which indicates a pathology at these levels. In this study, as the frequency of stimulus was increased, that is 6 kilohertz, abnormal brainstem evoke potentials were recorded more commonly. It was supported by Exelson et al., who detected bilateral high-frequency sensory neural hearing loss in diabetic patients who did not have any hearing complaints. All findings indicate a central disturbance of auditory pathway and microvascular complications associated with prolonged auditory brainstem latencies. Hence, if BERA waves are recorded at higher frequencies like 6 kilohertz and at 80 decibels, central neuropathy can be detected earlier in diabetic patients. Hence, BERA is recommended in diabetic patients to reduce the morbidity and mortality. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now request Dr. Praveen to ask his questions to Indira.
Hey, hello Indra. It was a good study, an important study where we have actually tried to use BERA as an early diagnostic modality for detection of diabetic retinopathy. And you have also measured, did BERA at multiple different hertz as well as decibels. And you quickly went through all the three graphs and tried to show the different waves and differences. But still, it was not clearly evident with three different graphs for assessing one particular experiment. That is, if you take BERA as the entire experiment, all three were actually interrelated, where you have just changed the hertz as well as the decibels alone.
Yeah.
I would have preferred it to actually incorporate these three comparators into a single graph. Probably you could have explored the faceting of bar graph, and you could have also explored, you could have also concatenated multiple levels into a vertical format, so that you are able to put these comparators in a single graph, so that we would have kind of more beautifully able to kind of feel the particular impact of your research. So that is one thing. Instead of 3 graphs, 1 graph would have made it spot on. 1 graph with complete information jam packed for us to understand the concept would have made it much more better than 3 graphs. And second is you are actually saying that it actually helps in early diagnosis. Have you quantified how early would it be doing?
Actually,
Are
in diabetic
you
patients, 5 years duration was selected. I mean, more than 5 years. That study we can proceed with the duration.
yes. So that is something which you would be
But there are
happy
studies
to.
which have already been done. If the duration is increased, so they have found it. I mean, more
No, I'm
effective, more
saying like
significant.
how much early would you be able to detect the occurrence of diabetic neuropathy?
About 5 years, so we can detect. But earlier, then I'll try to do more research.
Okay, good. So it was good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. Charushila, you may now ask your questions.
Yes, Indira, it was a very good study. Actually, early diagnosis or early modality, we can use this. Now, you have taken the parameter that I think you have taken the Bera latency, all the waves. Okay, so along with this, the amplitude could we add up, or can we add up this
actually,
amplitude parameters?
amplitude indicates the firing of the neurons, and
yes.
interpeak latency detects the duration. So duration was prolonged. So it means it took more time as compared to the normal subjects, and firing was also affected at the 3.5 level.
Okay. No issue. And along with this, there are the different other waves also in this Bera. Along with this 5 waves, there are the P300 waves like this. So you can correlate these things with this P300 wave also, so that you can proceed with the cognition purpose also. Because that is also affected in this.
Yes.
Okay, it was a very good study. Keep it up.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. We'll now move on to our next participant, Kamala Vaishnavi. Unfortunately, I do not think she's on the call. Kamala Vaishnavi, please reveal yourself in case you are in the call. Otherwise, we'll move on to our next participant, Akash Sethi.
Vishnu, we don't have Kamala Vaishnavi on the call right now. Please proceed to the next contestant.
Okay, thank you, Sneha. We'll move on to our next participant, Akash Sethi. He's a student from Government Medical College, Baroda. Will be presenting his paper in forensic medicine. Akash, the floor is now yours.
Hello, can you hear me? And am I visible?
Akash, you are visible and audible.
Okay. Can I could Indira ma'am please stop sharing their screen? Oh, I can share above them. Can you see my screen?
No, Akash. Unfortunately, we can't.
Okay.
Okay, you will have to go to view options on the top and shift to Akash Sethi. Then you will be able to see.
Yeah, sir. I think ma'am has stopped sharing the screen. So yeah, now it could be visible.
Yes, it's visible now, Akash.
Okay, so I'll begin in 3, 2, 1. Good evening, judges. I'm Akash Sethi, a final year MBBS student at Government Medical College, Baroda. The title of my presentation is Comparative Analysis of Various Prevention of Violence Against Doctors State Acts in India, a Descriptive Study. A study by the IMA records that about 75% of doctors in India have faced some kind of violence in their professional life. As per the list 2 of Schedule 7 of the Indian Constitution, the power to make laws to maintain public order lie exclusively with the state. India lacks a single nationwide act to protect doctors, and hence multiple states have enacted Prevention of Violence Against Doctor Acts, and I'll be referring to them as POVAD subsequently. These acts might have crucial differences between them. For example, the maximum time of sentencing or the maximum amount of compensation awarded if the person is convicted. The presence of the data comparing various acts can be helpful in following ways. I am going to skip this for the paucity of time. We hypothesize that various state POVAD laws will differ from each other. After nationwide protest in 2019, the Health Ministry drafted a National Protection of Violence Against Doctor Bill, but it was later stalled by the Indian Home Ministry. Aim: to perform clause-by-clause analysis of state POVAD acts in India and note the variations in them. First objective is to compile the various state laws. Second is to compare and contrast the state law with the draft national bill. And lastly, to compare and contrast various state acts with each other. Methodology: certification of exemption for ethics review was obtained. This is a retrospective cross-sectional descriptive study conducted over 2 weeks. For sampling, the state acts were accessed from indiacode.nic.in, while the draft national bill was accessed from the Ministry of Health website. Purposive sampling method was used. Inclusion criteria: the law must be a state law and should have the words like prevention of violence, doctor, Medicare service, etc. words in the title of the act. Draft state laws were excluded. Data analysis: data was entered and analyzed using MS Excel as shown in figure 1. Quantitative data is expressed using mean plus minus SD or median with IQR. Qualitative data is expressed using percentage and proportion. These are my qualitative and the quantitative variables I have analyzed the state acts upon. Results: a total of 23 state laws met the inclusion and exclusion criteria. First, the result of the quantitative data. The mean length of the acts was 3.5 pages. The mean imprisonment awarded to the accused if convicted was 3.2 years, and the median fine was 0.5 lakhs. Second, the clause-by-clause analysis. The clauses that did not have any intra-state variations were clauses 1, 3, and 4. Importantly, all the 23 acts made violence against doctor a non-bailable and cognizable offense under clause 4. Second, the second clause in all the acts defined various healthcare institutions and healthcare personnel that were protected under the law. Below, the figure 2 represents the variations noted in the definition of healthcare personnel that are protected under the act. Importantly, all the 23 acts protected a RMP, which is a registered medical practitioner. However, only 3 laws protected Ayush as well as a paramedic doctor. 5 acts had more inclusive definition of healthcare institutions as compared to the draft national bill. These laws additionally defined A, the mobile health unit, and B, medical camps under the definition of institutions protected under the act. This has been represented in this graph below. Figure 5. In 7 acts, the court fixed the amount for compensation for damage to the property caused by the accused. And in 16 acts, this amount for compensation was predetermined, which was set at twice the damage. The power to make rules under the act was present only in the 6 state acts, and it was absent in other 17. Importantly, only Gujarat government has made the rules till date. Discussion: a nationwide act may not be desirable as almost all the acts, all the state and union territories have enacted an act to protect doctors from violence. However, the importance of a nationwide act lies in the fact that it can have a uniform definition and penalty throughout the nation. Secondly, just the formation of any law will not solve the issue. And in this case, even after a single national law is enacted, state-wise implementation strategies are needed to be worked out. Third, only 3 of the 23 acts have provided protection to paramedic staff, and only 4 acts provide protection to mobile health unit and ambulances. Considering that they transfer critically ill patients, they need to be given protection as well. The acts of Maharashtra and Chhattisgarh have a wider ambit than the draft national bill based on the parameters I had listed earlier in the methodology slide. 83.3% of the states are yet to make the rules to enforce this state act. In the absence of these rules, the implementation and execution of the act is nearly impossible. Thirdly, there are wide variations noted among the state acts. A national act is desirable in order to have a common definition and imprisonment punishment for the perpetrators. The limitations: the efficacy of the act or on-ground implementation wasn't found out. Only theoretical differences were worked out. Observational bias in noting differences in various clauses of the act can alter the result. And lastly, amendments to the act not found on indiacode.nic.in were not incorporated. And I have no conflict of interest to declare. Here are my references. Thank you.
Thank you, Akash. I now request Dr. Praveen to ask his questions.
Hey Akash, it was a very good study. I like the way it was presented and also the way it was done. It was good. I would just like to have one suggestion that you did it for all the states and you did it for all the compared with the center, and it took for you 2 weeks, right? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Now let's say if you are going to include 50 countries, okay, the different laws from 50 countries, and then compare it with again with India, how much time do you think will it take for you?
Sir, it will definitely not be 50 into 2 because sir, I think that the it was easy to find the state laws in India because it was all available on indiacode.nic.in.
I
When I
got
have
it.
to like see 50 different countries, I might not be knowing which website to approach. So that will be the major
Got it. Got it.
limitation.
That's a very good insight you're doing. I'm able to feel that. So I would just like to suggest that, see, you did make your interpretation from all these code laws after reading it, but I would still encourage you to make the reading assessment more natural by means of you could actually explore the NLP algorithms. NLP algorithms go into these PDFs and take insights from the PDF at scale. Okay, and you can really kind of let's say, even if let's say I go for 200 countries law, okay, I can
Okay.
you can create NLP algorithms for taking insights from all these 200 documents at a scale at what you want, and then create a graphical interpretation out of it. And it goes a lot, like you can even understand like whether it is telling positive, negative, you can do a lot. So I would suggest you to explore those advanced machine learning techniques for your studies, because I am able to see that you are clear with your fundamental concepts of research, and I would like you to explore those advanced concepts to really make an impact of a kind of a study which would compare many countries also. In addition to India, many states within India have compared. You bring about important context such as paramedics are not covered. Okay, ambulance drivers are not covered. These are like very important insights you have brought about. But go ahead of this, compare multiple countries. So for that, learn NLP techniques, machine learning techniques, and then employ it. It would be really amazing to have your study in PubMed to be read. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Dr. Charushila, you may now ask your question.
Yes. Akash, it was a very good study and actual realistic topic because nowadays the many cases of the doctor violence and against doctors, these all things are nowadays are on the hike. So it was a original topic you have taken. Now regarding in this presentation, you were very specific. So it was a good presentation. Just add up the source of data. I think you could more focus on this presentation, that from where you have got this data. So I think this only thing you can add up more, and it was good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, judges, and thank you, Akash, for that presentation. We now move on to our next participant, Kavya Darshini. The floor is now yours. Kavya Darshini is from Stanley Medical College, Tamil Nadu, and she'll be presenting a paper on community medicine.
Yeah, before going, like how many papers we have completed till now?
We have completed 10 papers.
Still, how many left?
We have around 16 papers left.
Yeah, like one more thing has happened. Like the recent presentation by one of the madam was, she was a tutor, she was a post PG. Like we have discussed it with her and we have excluded her entry. We don't know, like during the screening also, like we have checked all affiliations, but it was mentioned like 2015 without just graduated post intern. So like due to that, we cannot figure out exact affiliation. Like she hasn't mentioned any affiliation, just college name and year. So like that's why we have excluded her entry. So I hope all participants don't mind it. Like sometimes it will happens like that. So that's it.
Kavya Darshini, you may begin whenever you are
Yes,
ready.
yes, I'm ready. Hope my screen is visible. Good evening, sir. Good evening, ma'am. I'm Kavyarashni from Chennai.
I'm here to present my research project titled A Study on Recurrence of Tuberculosis Among Patients Undergoing Treatment under National Tuberculosis Elimination Program in Chennai. I hereby declare that this project is my original thing and this is my institutional ethics committee clearance certificate. So first, what is recurrent tuberculosis? Recurrent TB patient is a patient who has completed his treatment once, declared negative at the end of his treatment, but has now suffered a new course of disease again. So why my area of interest is towards recurrent TB? Because I feel recurrence of any disease is unfavorable, and recurrence of chronic disease like TB is definitely of concern both to the patient as well as to the healthcare system. The objectives of my study, the primary objective is to find the prevalence of recurrent TB in Chennai, and my secondary objective is to find the risk factors associated with recurrence of the disease. The methodology, the study was conducted as a cross-sectional study across 3 randomly selected TB units in Chennai. So we chose all the patients registered in the 3 randomly selected TB units in the 2 quarters, that is between January and June of 2019. We excluded the patients who were dead at the time of the study. The data were collected from the NTEP registers, as well as interviews were conducted with the recurrent patients with a pre-structured questionnaire. Data were collected regarding various factors like their socio-demographic factors, their diagnostic and treatment details, and factors associated with their comorbidity, smoking, and alcohol status. The data collected were entered in MS Excel and were analyzed using SPSS version 21, and odds ratio was calculated. Informed consent was obtained from the patient, and patient's details were maintained anonymous throughout the study and after also. The results obtained: out of the 302 patients studied, 47 patients had recurrent TB, which amounts to almost 15.6%. This is higher compared to the previous studies conducted, which were around 10%. Coming to the factors associated, out of all the factors I studied, I found 5 factors that were statistically significant. Males were found twice at higher risk of acquiring a recurrent TB. Smokers, we divided them into 2 groups, the first group into current smokers and the second past smokers. Past smokers were defined as the patients who stopped smoking 6 months before the date of the study done. So current smokers we found had 7 times higher risk, and past smokers were 2 times at higher risk of getting recurrent tuberculosis. Age group between 36 to 50 years were found 2 times at higher risk. Patients who were consuming alcohol currently were found to be around having 5 times higher risk of acquiring recurrent TB, and HIV positive patients had 5.83 times higher risk of acquiring recurrent TB compared to their HIV negative counterparts. In the discussion part, recurrence were found to be around 15.6%. This may be because of the poor hygiene, overcrowding, lack of ventilation, all those that prevail in our society. Male gender and age between 36 to 50 years were found to be at higher risk. We wish to attribute it towards the prolonged outdoor stay they have. This is the most economically earning group. They tend to stay outwards and always have a higher risk of acquiring the disease. Alcohol is also found significant. Anti-TB drugs always have an interference with alcohol that both are damaging liver. So this may cause poor treatment adherence and can attribute to the recurrence. Smoking, it is considered that iron present in the nicotine will enter the bronchoalveolar macrophages and will lower the TNF alpha and nitric acid that may impair ciliary motility and can lead to dissemination of TB bacilli and also lower the immunity. HIV, the HIV virus is considered to proliferate within the macrophages, thereby causing the dysfunction of the protective granuloma that is being formed, thereby disseminating the bacilli. Other factors which I studied but found not significant include old age, pulmonary TB, low BMI, place of residence, comorbidities like diabetes, hypertension weren't significant. So the strengths and limitations of the study was conducted under the program. So most patients of the concerned area were covered, and the data collected were from the register, so the accuracy is high. And the TUs were also randomly selected so that equal distribution of patients from the city were covered. The limitation include a small number of patients who undergo treatment under private healthcare setup couldn't be included in the study. Coming to the conclusions, the recurrence was found to be 15.6%. Male gender and age were the risk factors. Smoking was the risk factor. alcohol was risk factor, and HIV positive patients were at higher risk. So this, what I try to conclude from this study is having in mind the 15.6% recurrence rate, we cannot rely on just the end of treatment outcome of TB patients that we are following now. And identification of further risk factors is necessary so that we can find the people at higher risk and take necessary steps in order to prevent recurrence. We also have to find the cause of recurrence so that we could have a clear idea over this. Further research needs to be included. Further, we have to try preventing recurrence. Thank you.
That is all the time we have now. I would now request Dr. Charu to please ask her questions to Kavya.
Okay. Kavya, it was good study, and as it is mentioned, it is ICMR granted STS project also. So it was good study. Just I want to mention that you have explained the discussion part, that what risk factors, how they affect this recurrent TB, and but you haven't mentioned the exact standard references for this. So you need to include these all references, that how you can mention this. You have, I think you are showing the slide, but where you have to mention these numbers also in the slides, where from where you have got this reference. So add up this. This was a good study. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Hey, Kavya Darshini, it was a good study again. Very important question of relapse following XDR. What is the current percentage of relapse which the National TB Commission has said? I suppose it was 10%, right?
Yes, sir.
So this is reported. You have reported 15, huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So any important reasons, because we consider Tamil Nadu to be one of the frontliners in healthcare thing. So in spite of which, why are we expecting a more than the national?
Yes, sir. Sir, what I found was even among Tamil Nadu, I studied it in Chennai, sir. Chennai has a lot of slums being evenly distributed here and there, and that could be the reason, sir. Like Chennai is an urban city, and we found more of social mobility being here. Like many more people come and get accumulated here. There is overcrowding. Problems like ventilation, overcrowding are really high right now in Chennai, and that could be the main reason, sir. Like as such, the prevalence of TB itself is here is high, so recurrence of TB is also high. So the main reason being the overcrowding and those factors,
Good.
like social
Very good. Very good.
demographic factors play a more important role.
Okay.
Sir.
Very good, very good. So when you are actually trying to quantify the risk factors, how many risk factors did you originally explore?
Sir, I explored around 20 factors, sir.
20 factors. Okay,
Yes,
good.
sir.
So the 20 factors, did you have any scientific rationale for deciding those 20 factors?
Sir, I found like I searched for the risk factors for tuberculosis as such. I referred the articles of tuberculosis. So I took all of those factors and combined with it, I used all the socio-demographic factors and factors like gender factors like alcohol, socioeconomic class. I just accumulated all the clinical risk factors along with the
Very good.
socio-demographic risk factors that I could pick up, sir.
Very good. Very good. Good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you, judges, for your questions. To now move to our next participant, Manas Pustake will be presenting next. He is from JJ Medical College, Mumbai. He'll be presenting his paper in internal medicine. Manas, the floor is now yours.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, Manas.
Yes, good evening, respected judges and audience. The title of my study is Ambulatory Blood Pressure Monitoring in Normotensive Diabetic Patient in a Tertiary Healthcare Setup. My name is Manas Pustake. The work is unique and original to us. The paper is submitted only to Med-Invade conference, and the study is not published anywhere, and ethical clearance was obtained before the study. Introduction. Hypertension is a major risk factor for the development and progression of chronic complications of type 2 diabetes. Missed hypertension diagnosis or inadequate control of BP levels in diabetic subjects are common. 1/3 of the normotensive type 2 diabetic patients have masked hypertension, which is defined as normal clinic BP but elevated to BP, which is associated with an increase in albuminuria and left ventricle thickness. Routinely measured clinic BP is subject to multiple sources of variation that will have an impact on both epidemiology and clinical measurement of hypertension. And the clinical BP provides only snapshot of patient's actual blood pressure and may not necessarily reflect true BP of patient. That's why we designed this study to focus on the aspects of ambulatory blood pressure monitoring, justifying its use in normotensive population and its association with microvascular and cardiovascular complications of type 2 diabetes mellitus. The aim of this study was to focus on the significance of ambulatory blood pressure and evaluate the impact of various parameters of ABPM associated with them. The objectives were to find the association between mass hypertension in apparent normotensive type 2 diabetic patients and its association with complications of type 2 diabetes mellitus, to detect the nocturnal hypertension and its association with complications of type 2 diabetic mellitus. Materials and methods. It was a cross-sectional observational study. It was done in the OPD and wards of internal medicine department of a tertiary care hospital. The duration of study was 24 months. It was a single center observational cross-sectional study. Sample size was 150 and the population of the study was patients with type 2 diabetes mellitus with normal office BP, which were selected based on inclusion and exclusion criteria. The inclusion criteria was diagnosis of type 2 diabetes mellitus at the age greater than 30 years and no previous episode of ketoacidosis, HbA1c between 6.5 to 8.5, and subject who gave written informed consent. Exclusion criteria was subject who didn't give informed consent, those who were diagnosed with hypertension, or those who were having a end-stage renal disease or creatinine greater than 1.5. Patients with stroke or ischemic heart disease were also excluded as they would have deviated our results and conclusions. Materials and methods. Ethical consideration. The ethics committee approval was obtained before starting the study. The data was collected by taking the interviews of patient and clinical examination and history taking. We used Suntech Oscar 2 ABPM system for measuring ambulatory blood pressure. The statistical analysis was done using SPSS for Windows. Categorical variables were presented in numbers and percentage, and continuous variables were presented in mean plus SD. Quantitative variables were compared using a one-paired t-test, Mann-Whitney U-test. Qualitative variables were compared using chi-square test or feature exact test. Statistically significant p-value was considered less than 0.05 as significant. Results. Total out of 150 participants, the mean age was 56.76 plus minus 7.85. The BMI was 26.22 plus minus 2.88 kilogram per meter square. HbA1c was 7.48 plus minus 0.64. And in our study, 62% of the participants were male. Association between nocturnal dipping and diabetic complication. So we found that nocturnal dipping was associated with concentric left ventricular hypertrophy with p-value of 0.0. We also found that masked hypertension was associated with concentric left ventricular hypertrophy and increased during albumin creatinine ratio with p-value 0.002 and 0.008 respectively. We also found that nocturnal hypertension was associated with concentric left ventricular hypertrophy and increased during albumin creatinine ratio with p-values of 0.001 and 0.003 respectively. Now discussion. ABPM and significance are largely underrated in India despite the rising trend of cardiovascular events, probably due to financial constraint and many other things. And there were very few studies in literature which were done actually on normotensive patients like this, and their results were consistent to the results of our study. And there were also studies which were done in hypertensive diabetic patients, and their results were also consistent to our study, and I have cited them here. And conclusions are simple. Single reading of office blood pressure cannot rule out the presence of hypertension. Elevated BP is a major modifiable and potentially reversible determinant of microalbuminuria and tissue damage. Physicians should make general population, especially diabetic subjects, undergo ABPM at least once, regardless of the presence of hypertension, as masked hypertension is associated with target organ damage, and the patients in the group otherwise have not been identified because of their routine blood pressure is often normal. So the use of ABPM is encouraged and starting treatment at the earliest to prevent morbidity and mortality associated with the disease. I think these are my references. Thank you.
Thank you, Manas.
There are so many reasons people love to play Candy Crush.
Thank you, Manas, for that presentation. I'd now like to request Dr. Charushila to ask her questions.
Manas, it was a good presentation. Just explain regarding the sample size. How much was the sample size?
The sample size was 150, and we used convenience method of sampling for that. The patients we were getting in the wards and OPD, which were fitting inclusion and exclusion criteria during the period of 24 months, we included those patients.
Okay. Okay. It was good study. Keep it up.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hey, Manas.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you just shift to the results slide?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
I am not able to see your screen. Ah, yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This is material methods, results. Okay. So the association between nocturnal dipping and DM complications. So I'm not getting how is Pearson chi-square? Okay, so this is what you are saying is the chi-square value by itself, right? So the chi-square statistic. This is actually the chi-square statistic, right? So okay. So see, generally, right, chi-square statistic without a descriptives of numbers will not make big sense, right? So you should always put chi-square statistic with the descriptives first and foremost, that because you have not mentioned the numbers and percentage at all. Directly you have mentioned the p-values, and that also it's a bit confusing because when you say Pearson chi-square, it was actually a chi-square statistics. Okay, and secondly, I'm also able to see that your round of values were actually highly inconsistent. You have used four digits in some, and you have actually used 5 digits in others and 3 digits in one. So I would like you to keep that consistent. But the study was overall good. I like the concept that the ambulatory pressure is always more important as compared to that of normal pressure, and can actually predict the particular thing. So it was good. But I would still encourage to increase a bit of sample size for this kind of questions, because more sample size would generally power to determine the truth in these kind of generalized questions. So otherwise, it was good study. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Hey, is anyone there?
Good evening, everyone. I'm Sneha, and I'll be taking it over from Dr. Vishnu. The next contestant is Manasi Manasvi. I repeat, Manasi Manasvi. Manasi Manasvi is a
Yes,
student of
hello.
Kasturba Medical College. Please be ready.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, Manasvi, we are able to see your screen. Just let me know when you're ready. I'll keep the time on for you.
Okay.
Hey, let's start.
Okay. Yes, sir. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm Mansi Manasvi from KMC Mangalore, and my study is on perception of medical undergraduates regarding their readiness to volunteer in relief activities during the pandemic. The study is original and has been conducted by the investigators and under the guidance of Dr. Nitin Joseph. Ethics Committee approval was also obtained. India ranks second among the countries worst affected by COVID-19, and there is clearly exposed the shortage of medical personnel and other resources in the country. We need to strengthen the existing healthcare system, and here medical undergraduates are an overlooked potential solution who can be integrated into the workforce. In USA and UK, the countries have already adopted strategies like permitting students to graduate early and also involve them in COVID care. And on similar lines, the government, in consultation with the NMC, has suggested measures to involve final year medical students to tackle the COVID-19 pandemic. Because the doctor to patient ratio in India is so abysmal, we need to act fast in pooling our medical workforce together. Implementation of these such kind of solutions rightfully calls for the assessment of concerns, expectations, and self-preparedness among medical students. They need to be provided with appropriated training, and the uncertainties about the kind of role that can be assigned to them should also be addressed. This information will help prepare a suitable training module for the medical students. This was a multi-institution based cross-sectional study which was conducted among third and fourth year medical students in 2 private medical colleges. In a previous study, based on a previous study, the sample size was calculated to be 200. The information sheet and the consent form was given to the students, and they were assured that the data would be kept confidential. The questionnaire was semi-structured and was developed by the investigators. It has 3 sections. The first section was demographic details and prior experience in disaster management and details. The second section was perception towards self-preparedness among the medical undergraduates to offer relief services. Graded on a 5-point Likert scale, and the minimum maximum scores were 25 to 125. The third section inquired their willingness to abide in COVID-19 relief work and reasons for agreement or disagreement. We can see the demographic distribution. This was conducted among 204 students, and the mean age was 21.6 plus minus 1.1 years. Majority were females and were students from the third year. Of the total participants, only 7 had underwent prior training in disaster management. There were 25 similar questions like this, and majority of the participants strongly agreed that they had complete knowledge about proper hand washing and face mask, wearing the face mask in the correct way. Of the total participants, 40, 127, and 37 had poor, average, and good perception regarding their self-preparedness. Of the total participants, 116 or strongly agreed or agreed, while 39 disagreed or strongly disagreed regarding their willingness to volunteer in COVID relief activities. Of the 116 who agreed, a majority felt that they could be utilized to elicit relevant history from the patients, and the major reasons for agreement to provide relief work were that there is shortage of healthcare staff, this will be a valuable learning experience, and there is need to contain the rise in number of cases. The reasons for disagreement were they were not fully qualified, there was fear of causing harm to the patient, and there was risk of exposure. Third year students reported better self-preparedness to offer COVID-19 relief services. However, other variables were not found to be associated. Good perception level regarding self-preparedness was significantly associated with the agreement or strong agreement to be willingly involved in the activities. Other options shared by the participant were that a short course of training would make them more confident, and adequate monetary compensation should also be given. Discussion, you can see that the medical students constitute an untapped workforce, but only 19.6% participants stated adequacy in self-preparedness. This implies that convention and curriculum is not enough to prepare them for the medical emergency situations like this. More than half of the final medical year students were willing to volunteer in the relief activities, which was similar to previous studies, and they wanted to do so to meet the current shortage of medical personnel. Main reason for disagreement was they were not fully qualified, and placement of insufficiently trained personnel could worsen the quality of healthcare services. In the previous study done in New Delhi, the majority wanted to work in areas of social work and indirect patient care. The government has also suggested that final year medical students could give teleconsultation services and monitor mild COVID patients. In a previous study, in Brazil, they wanted to provide health education on preventive measures. They could also play a role in contact tracing in COVID patients and translating standard COVID guidelines. In USA and UK, they have allowed that
Manasi, a small reminder.
Yeah.
I think the time allotted to you is up. So we'll be taking up questions right now.
Okay, I didn't hear the bell, so sorry.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Dr. Praveen, sir, please carry on with any questions for
Hey,
her.
Manasi, it was a very good study. I like the concept. It was good. But one thing I would always like to say is that, let's say you actually have actually found the problem. The problem is that you actually consulted the students and asked their willingness to come to the COVID duties.
Yes.
How this research would have actually completed the circle is when you, based on the replies, if you would have designed the intervention, and then if you have done that intervention and then again done one more assessment, or if that particular intervention has actually improved, then there would be a take home article from your take home item from your research paper, which would
So
make it
actually,
more impact.
We were planning on doing that also this year. This was done last year, but because of the lockdown and all, it was very difficult to gather information from the students, and also difficult to implement interventions for them.
Yes, I can
That
understand that. Yes, I can understand. No, it's completely okay. That's not a problem. That's completely okay. But always understand, whenever you are actually trying to do a research where you are trying to elicit the what is it, the queries, the current states, it's always good to implement a intervention and then good it, so that the intervention becomes a take home message, and probably, who knows, it may be known by your team's name that that particular intervention will be helping in utilization of the undergraduates for the COVID care. It will be a much more take home message. So that's my only take. Otherwise, it was good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Charushila, ma'am,
It was
please
good
forward,
study, Mansi. Just I want to suggest that instead of South India, you can expand this into the all parts of this country, and I think you can use the online modalities like Google Form or Google Sheets also, so that you can get the data from all over. And along with the problems, as sir have suggested, you can go for the solutions or interventions, and again for the assessment purpose. Okay, keep it up, Mansi.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, actually, we went to the IEC. I had asked them that can I include students from different states also, but because
Yes.
they said it would be difficult to ask permission from every college head, and it would be it would be a more vast endeavor. So they weren't willing to allow permission for that. We had asked them for a nationwide study also, but they were only willing to allow
Okay.
permission for 2 colleges. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No issue. I think this association, your student squad association, also can help you for this, and this study could be taken into the other parts of the country also.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. I'll stop sharing my screen now.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Manasi, for the presentation, and thank you, ma'am and sir, for your valuable feedback. We would like to proceed with the next contestant of the hour. The next contestant of the hour, Meemansa Jindal.
Hello, good evening. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Is my video visible right now? Hello?
Can you please share your slides?
Yeah, in a minute, please.
Yes, take your time.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, Meemansa, your screen is visible.
Okay.
Just let me know when you're, when you want to start. I'll keep a record of the time.
Okay, shall I start now?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Good evening, sir and ma'am. Today, I am here to present my research work on impact of COVID-19 lockdown on the clinical training of Indian medical undergraduates. So, this work is original, and all the information given in this report is authentic and to the best of my knowledge. The study has been submitted to an international journal currently and is under the review process. So with the implementation of COVID-19 lockdown, conventional teaching methodologies had to be replaced with online teaching in order to maintain the continuity of medical education. This has largely impacted the clinical training more than the theoretical lectures of medical undergraduates across the country. Our aim here was to find out their perception about and also the differences perceived by them between the clinical training before and during the COVID-19 lockdown. Our primary objective was to find out the differences between these two, and secondary objective was to find out the reasons behind these differences. So we started with obtaining the ethical clearance from the Institutional Ethical Committee. A self-administered online questionnaire was devised on Google Forms and it was circulated to third and fourth year medical students across the country. Because of the proximity of year-end exams, we couldn't get the questionnaire validated. So our questionnaire consisted of 3 parts, first being socio-demographic details, second, inquiring about the mode of clinical training during COVID-19 lockdown, and third, being the perceptions about clinical training, which was analyzed in 2 ways. First being a Likert scale-based comparison, and second being an open-ended question about the reasons. So the statistical analysis was conducted in a threefold manner. Categorical variables such as year of study, type of institution were analyzed as percentages, and through a chi-square test, the association was tested. Continuous variables such as Likert scale-based comparison were represented as median and were analyzed through Wilcoxon signed rank test. Lastly, the open-ended responses were analyzed through a thematic analysis process, and the quotations have been represented along the themes, as we'll see. So we received a total of 1,000 responses, with the median response being 6 per college. Majority of the students belong to category 2 states, that is 1 to 5 lakh COVID-19 positive cases, as per the data released by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, September 2020. Most of the students had received only online clinical training during lockdown, and most of them felt that clinical training was better before lockdown. So most of the students, irrespective of the type of clinical training received by them, felt that it was significantly better for all the 15 items before lockdown. Also, the proportion of private medical colleges that have shifted to online clinical training during lockdown was significantly more as compared to government medical colleges. Association with the year of study was also tested but was not found to be significant. Here are the 15 parameters, and you can see that there is a large difference between the median rating before and during lockdown. So on your screen are the advantages and disadvantages of online clinical training. On your left are the advantages such as being more comfortable, more focused, more interactive, and giving plenty of time for self-study. On your right are the disadvantages such as lack of interaction, network issues, difficulty in simulation of real clinical scenarios, and inability to cope up with the sudden transition. Also, we found that those students who had received in-person training during lockdown, they felt certain disadvantages like less number of patients, faculty and staff being busy in COVID management, and limited exposure to patients. So these results are in accordance with the review of literature which was done by us. A cross-sectional study on 2,000 plus medical students in UK showed that students did not find online teaching to be as engaging, enjoyable, or effective as face-to-face teaching. Majority of students had no experience of online learning in India prior to this lockdown, as per a study done in AIIMS Jodhpur. Thus, given the huge burden of COVID-19 cases and the exhausted healthcare resources, the residents became the prime working force in hospitals, and undergraduate clinical training took a backseat, be it online or in person. This study had some limitations, such as being based on an online questionnaire. It was not possible for the interviewer to establish direct contact with the respondents. Also, as I said, we couldn't get the questionnaire validated. Here are the references for my study. Thank you.
Hey, Mimasa, it was a good study. You have done
Thank you, sir.
a good job for assessment of this. So I have like few comments. The first and foremost, you have done a qualitative study, right? So you have done the questionnaires. You have actually tried to frame like during your discussions, there has come some questions and you have tried to put it. But did you use a theme-based approach for arriving at themes for your questionnaire? Were you able to identify themes between the questions? Did you make such an attempt?
Yes, sir, I did. So for the
Okay.
open-ended questions, I organized all the answers into various themes. I
Okay.
discussed it with my mentors, and here you can see them.
Okay. So you have identified a lot of themes. Do they subclassify into some broad headings? It looks like themes should be like a bit concise, I would say. Like let's say 5 main domains and domains spanning into let's say couple of subdomains. That will make it much more better. So those themes, that have you organized this into domains and subdomains?
Not yet, sir.
Okay, that would make it much more better, at least to the readability point of view. Otherwise, it was a good
Okay, sir.
study. You have done both quantitative as well as the qualitative ways of analyzing data. It is good, and the outputs were also good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dr.
Yes,
Charushila, ma'am.
it's a very good study. Actually, in a present scenario, it is a very important topic. Just I want to mention that I think this questionnaire which you have prepared, it was not validated due to the time constraint. So
Right, ma'am.
I think if it is validated, then it will have the more impact. So in further cases, you can do it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, Mimansa, for a wonderful presentation. We would like the next contestant, Mega Joy, to be ready.
Yeah.
Mega Joy, are you ready?
Yes, let me share my screen, please.
Yes, it's visible for everyone.
Okay. Good evening, everyone from different time zones of the world. My name is Megha Joy, and I'm a second-year medical student from Sri Gokulam Medical College and Research Foundation, Kerala. I'm here with my first research study based on public health, titled Health-Seeking Behavior and Lifestyle of People with Comorbidities During COVID-19 Pandemic. I hereby declare that this work is original and done by me in person under the guidance of Community Medicine Department of my institution, following permission from Research and Ethics Committee. As an introduction to my study, the coronavirus disease, a pandemic that originated in China as a cluster of unknown pneumonia cases, is continuing to wreak havoc globally, still in some parts of the world. While lockdown measures and mobility restrictions were found effective to control the spread of COVID-19, it has shown their harmful consequences on prevention and control of diabetes and other non-communicable diseases. Confinement drives risk for unhealthy diets, decreased physical activity, mental health related concerns, in parallel to delayed care seeking due to fear of contracting COVID-19. Drops in emergency room visits due to COVID-19 are of concern as people may not be accessing care for chronic conditions as well as for acute complications. Another issue I would like to raise is with telemedicine. In fact, it has been the major central part of delivering medical care all throughout the pandemic, but it has its shortcomings. In fact, it is not a one-to-one replacement for a true in-person medical consultation, and the reason being obvious is the lack of thorough physical examination. In order to practice good medicine, we needed to be able to adapt to the patient, pick up some body cues, and also be able to understand what they're actually going through. And not being in the same room with them presents a major challenge. And that puts together my objectives of the study to assess the change in health-seeking behavior and lifestyle of comorbid people during COVID-19 pandemic, and to assess the alternatives chosen as replacement of physical consultation during the pandemic, and finally to know the perspective of the chosen population in the replacement of physical consultations by telemedicine. Coming to the methodology, a list and contact numbers of adults with chronic diseases attending OPD was collected from selected hospitals, and randomly selected patients were contacted over phone, and the consented ones were interviewed via telephone with the help of a semi-structured questionnaire. It was a cross-sectional study conducted among 123 adults of 18 years and above with chronic diseases of southern Kerala, and data analysis was done in frequencies and proportions for categorical data. We have included those with comorbidities like hypertension, diabetes mellitus, coronary artery disease, etc., and those who have given an oral consent to actively participate in the survey. We have excluded those with chronic debilitating disease and also those who have denied to give a consent to participate in the survey. Coming to the results, we see 45% of the surveyed patients didn't lose their hospital consultations, whereas 22% had lost their chance of 2 hospital consultations and 19% lost 3 or more. 59% of the patients delayed their hospital visits during the lockdown days, and the major reason that kept them away from consulting doctors was the fear of COVID. In addition to the inability to consult their doctors during rising pandemic was also reported as a reason.
When we compare the exercise routine before COVID and also during the COVID lockdown days, no change in the proportion of the patients who didn't have exercise routine was out of the daily life irrespective of the pandemic, but a slight shift from less than 1 hour per routine to 2 to 3 hours per week as complete lockdown raised concern of the comorbid population. Comparison of treatment and consultation methods before and during the pandemic, we could see a high peak in number 3, that is the hospital visits before pandemic, whereas a sharp decline in the hospital visits during the pandemic lockdown. And all of the alternatives to the consultation were raised. And we could see the fourth one, the telemedicine has shown a significant rise from a proportion of 0 before COVID-19 to a significant proportion of nearly 40% during the lockdown days. The management of disease was a greater proportion continued with earlier prescribed medications. There was a slight increase in acceptance of telemedicine since COVID-19 pandemic, but the acceptance of telemedicine was just an adaptation to risky pandemic era rather than a chosen alternative that could replace a complete in-person consultation. And that was supported by a complete no to the idea of replacing physical consultation by telemedicine. Coming to the conclusion, various changes were observed in health-seeking behavior, but less significant changes in the lifestyle of studied comorbid population. A decline in the hospital visits were seen in initial lockdown days during the first wave of the study, and telemedicine facilities helped out in sudden rise in the study. I would like to acknowledge Research and Ethics Committee of my institution, as well as Meera Joy of IC Tirupati, who have helped me with the data collection. These are my references, and thank you for your attention. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you once again.
Hey, Megha, it was a good study. I would like to say some things like it was well presented, first of all, but I have some few comments. First of all, you had like multiple broad aims of your research study.
Yes.
I would refrain from taking such very broad aims into a single study. Actually, that will refrain you from focusing into minute questions. Generally, you should try to keep your domain of research very narrow, in the sense, if in a particular study you should try to handle a particular aim, right? So that particular aim based approach would have been much better. Rather, your aims were like 3 broad aims. All 3, if you actually see one of our participants research work was just one part of your aim was actually presented by them, right? So I would like to have it more narrow, in the sense, if you want to broaden up, then broaden with the largest aim, saying that for that particular aim I did these steps. That would make things more clear. Rather than 3 broad aims, we would lose the focus. And second is, in one of your results, you have actually tried to join the different consultations. You have tried to join as a line graph. Can you just go to that particular chart?
Sure, sir.
The thing in which you actually pointed with the red thing, right? Yes. If you actually see these are actually independent. Each consultation is independent of the other, and I would refrain from joining one consultation to the other. It would not be exactly the right method, right? So instead of this, you could have just represented this as independent values, let's say a bar graph, or in that way it would have been much better, rather than creating as a line graph. Because with line, I was just thinking like, okay, what is the timeline based on which he has actually seen? But there is actually no timeline. Generally, these line graphs are better to be shown for lines, because that is a natural way by which any scientist would look at this graph. So otherwise, it was a good study, and thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Dr. Charushila, please let your
Megha,
Yes,
it was a
ma'am.
good study. Just I want to mention, ask you, what was the sample size you have taken for this?
It's just 123, ma'am.
Okay, so have you done it with using a specific formula, or you have just collected it?
I've collected a couple of comorbidities, including diabetes mellitus, hypertension, coronary artery disease, and a 5 group of comorbidities. I've collected it from medical records department of my hospital, as well as the rural and urban centers. And randomly, these patients were contacted over telephone and interviewed by a questionnaire.
Okay, but I think for preparing a more impact, I think you should expand this sample size and do this study. Okay, chalo. It was a good study. Keep it up.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Megha, for your presentation. We would like to ask the next contestant, Mohana Dalal, to get ready.
The title, hi, I'm Mohana Dalal. The title of my research is the diagnostic value of the neutrophil lymphocyte ratio and the band cell neutrophil ratio in predicting whether it's a bacterial and a non-bacterial acute childhood diarrhea, a reliable predictable marker in a resource limited country. Ethics committee approval was taken from the institutional ethics committee. As we know, diarrheal disease is a major health problem in the world, especially in the developing countries such as India, and is the second leading cause of death after pneumonia below the 5 years of age. This is the statistic which shows that more than 1 lakh deaths has been caused in India. It's the reports by the WHO. According to the WHO, diarrhea is defined as the passage of 3 or more stools or liquid stools per 24 hours. When it's mixed with blood, it's known as a dysentery. And when it's persists for more than 14 days, it's known as the persistent diarrhea. As we know that various improved case management, environmental sanitation, and clean drinking water, breastfeeding, still introduction of rotavirus in the national immunization of India has been, still children are dying. So research is the field of the cost-effective interventions are crucial. The acute infectious diarrhea can be divided broadly into 2 terms, that is acute watery and acute invasive. Invasive diarrhea causes the bacteremia and perforation, and it invades the bloodstream. So the treatment will be different, which watery diarrhea will be treated by oral rehydration therapy, and invasive diarrhea will be treated with oral with antibiotics. Also, objectives. My objectives are to study the usefulness of hematological parameters such as the neutrophil lymphocyte ratio and the band cell neutrophil ratio in the acute diarrheal disease in the children of the age 1 to 5 years. To study the stool microscopy and culture, and to compare the results of the hematological parameters and stool microscopy and culture. Also, there are various literature studies which shows that the band cell to neutrophil ratio has higher statistical significance than the absolute band count in the differentiation between the bacterial and non-bacterial diarrhea. There has also one study that shows that dominant tissue response to acute inflammation is neutrophil proliferation. A high band count should provide an early suggestion that a serious infection is present. Also, the BN has a then NLR ratio. We know that neutrophil lymphocyte ratio is easy to determine, and it can be simply based on morphology. Its major benefit is the possibility for retrospective calculation. Extensive research has considered neutrophil lymphocyte ratio as a useful biomarker of systemic inflammation. Therefore, the present study is aimed to evaluate the usefulness of the neutrophil lymphocyte ratio and the band cell neutrophil ratio as the early indicator of acute infective diarrheal disease in children. Also, comparing these parameters with the results of stool microscopy and culture. Methodology, it was prospective observational study conducted at the pediatrics OPD and the ward of Government Medical College and Hospital, Nagpur, after obtaining the ethics committee approval from the institutional ethics committee. All 8 children of 1 month to 5 years was included. Patient was evaluated prospectively by performing a peripheral smear examination, complete blood cell count, stool microscopy, and culture. The purpose of study was explained and written in form was obtained. Sample size, 60 children were there. Study duration of 4 months from January 2021 to April 2021. Inclusion criteria, 1 month to 5 years. Exclusion criteria, age less than 1 month and children having malabsorption, immunocompromised children, and with antibiotics before collection of sample. It was sent to respective laboratories and statistical analysis was done. Result, total 60 cases were there. Non-bacterial were 44, bacterial were 60. My study has the common bacterial by E. coli followed by Shigella. Common age group was 1 to 2 years. Male were 36, female were 24. Male to female ratio was 1.5:1. The total leukocyte ranged from 2,900 to 50,000 per cubic mm. Increased TLC noted in bacterial diarrhea with sensitivity of 40% and 82.96% respectively. The normal range is given. Neutrophil noted neutrophilia, that is the increase in the neutrophilia with sensitivity and specificity of 70.77% and 42.22% respectively. The respective sensitivity and specificity is given. Stool microscopy is taken. All 60 were negative for parasites. Pus cells were absent in non-bacterial. Out of 16 cases, 12 were presence of pus cells and RBC in the stool microscopy. Conclusion: the hematological parameters helps in the early intervention compared to the culture reports, which may take few results. So it also avoids the antibiotic resistance, and hematological parameters are easily available, accessible, cheap, less time consuming, and practically possible in all laboratories. So when aided,
Mohana, sorry for the interruption. The time limit is up and you have already gone over the limit. I would like to hand it over to Praveen sir for further questioning.
Yeah,
okay,
sure. Thank you.
Hey Mohana, it was a good study. I would like to say that it was done good, but I would just like to give some comments. In the sense, first of all, like you have actually emphasized on neutrophil lymphocyte and also the band as a methodology of determination. I would like you to go directly to that during your presentation. You could have given a mild emphasis, and then you should have expressed more on your results. Like your introduction and the slides were actually taking a lot, because the audience which you are presenting is all medical audience, right? So we would be having a at least a moderate level understanding of your topic before go, so you can take it for granted and place it at important slides at the early point of stage. And secondly, you have actually given the sensitivity and specificity of it, but you have not mentioned the cutoff. Have you mentioned the cutoff for all these things?
Sir, like basis was considered, and then approximately from that higher ratio was there. Because there are not research that we are considering it like bank. Our main was to consider it as a ratio. Above that, we are considering it as a bacterial and early antibiotics were given.
What is the ratios cutoff which you considered for higher and lower? You have not mentioned the cutoff, right? So that actually sensitivity and specificity will be varying based on cutoff. So as you are going to vary the cutoff, the sensitivity and specificity is going to vary. So you cannot actually possibly tell in that manner, right? So you should actually clearly specify the cutoff, because cutoffs are going to vary the sensitivity and specificity. So having said that, it was a good study. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So Mohana, it was good presentation. Just focus on the oral skills and just think about the time management, because the main actually discussion part and the results that should be explained most importantly instead of this introduction. Okay. So next time, take care of it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for the feedback, ma'am. We would like to ask the next contestant, Rahul Reddy, to be ready.
Just a minute, I'll just share my slides and then you can start timing me. Is that fine?
Yes, sure. Just let us know when you're ready.
One moment, please. Also, am I clearly audible right now?
You are definitely audible and your screens are also visible.
Thank you. Okay, so please start timing me. Greetings of the hour. My name is Rahul Reddy from BPKHS MBBS final year. And the research paper I have for you today is Awareness of Antenatal Care Among Married Male Population of Nepal. This research paper is an academic endeavor originally done by us with the guidance of the IRC, or the Institutional Review Committee of my college, BPKHS. In the duration of today's discourse, we'll be talking about the background, objectives, methodology, results, and the conclusions of my research paper. So let us begin. Now, what is antenatal care? As a refresher for us, antenatal care is the care provided by skilled healthcare workers to pregnant women to ensure the bestest of conditions for the mother and the child during childbirth. But unfortunately, even this day of science and technology, the global rate is still 211 for every 100,000 deaths, which is still abysmally high. The number might seem small, but trust me, it has a very big impact. When we come to the country of Nepal, where I'm right now, the rate is even higher. It's 258, and India is no much further. India is at 254. So as healthcare professionals, what can we do to mitigate this value and to bring this number down? Male awareness and knowledge of pregnancy and antenatal care can be very pivotal, as a husband spends more intimate time with his wife, as a husband spends more time with his wife at the night time, so the other family members are not around. It is important to understand how much do the men know. And it's only after we understand the status quo that we can create more methods or training programs oriented towards teaching the men more about such danger signs of pregnancy. Objectives of my paper were primarily to assess the participation of husbands in antenatal care, and also concurrently to find the proportion of men who actually go with their wife to the ANC visits, to measure the knowledge these men have with regarding to danger signs of pregnancy and the reasons why male participation in antenatal care is satisfactory or unsatisfactory. We'll get to this further as we move on. Methodology. It's a cross-sectional study we did in 2018 in the city of Litang municipality of Muar. Now, why we chose Litang in all of Nepal, we'll come to that soon. We'll move on with it. So, using a previous research paper, and as it turns out, this topic is a very under-researched topic, so we had very difficult trouble finding a proper source to find it. But nevertheless, we did. Using the literature of review, we came to a sample size estimate of 316. But just for the sake of redundancy, we took data from 342 people. Inclusion criteria were they had to be willing to participate. These households should have married men and at least one living child. Exclusion criteria, either did not satisfy the inclusion criteria or they did not give the consent. Data was collected from 5 wards of the 9 wards in Litang municipality. An equal number of households were chosen from 5 wards, and me and my team went out and used a preset validated questionnaire to collect data from these people face-to-face in an interview to all 342 people. Now, the reason why we chose Litang, number one, Litang lies very close to the Indian border, as well as just after Litang, the foothills start. So a very good amalgamation of crowds of people who are from India, from the place, people who live in the mountains, ethnicity. And Litang also is a very big population of people who go overseas for working, which is also a very big source of income in Nepal. Now that we've understood how we did the research, where we did the research, and why we did the research, let us come to the data and found out. I can again bore you with going through these demographic factors individually, but for the sake of saving time, I made a very small infographic. I hope this is satisfactory to the judges and the people watching alike. So the average male in my research paper was in his late 30s, was of Hindu religion follower, came from the Kirati community of this particular area. It's a sub-community over here, was below the global poverty line, had at least a primary level of education, and was a farmer by occupation, and lived in a nuclear family, husband, wife, and the children mostly. Now that we've seen who it is we're talking about, let us see what they told us. So when it came to awareness of antenatal care, a very, very, very healthy and satisfactory 84.5% of people knew what actually antenatal care was. And an even higher, happier percentage of 94.5 people told that ANC was actually necessary when it came to the health care of their wife and their children. Unfortunately, about 50% of them couldn't accompany their wives. Now, why they could not do, the biggest reason was they were busy. As Litang also being a very farming town, they were busy planting or harvesting some of the other crops, the men. And them being farmers, they did not have the time to go and go to ANC visits with their wife. And about 12% of them were foreign national workers. However, a good 60% of them knew what the danger signs of pregnancy were. And when it came to the most commonest signs, the men told severe abdominal pain as the most commonest sign, which according to them was a danger sign of pregnancy, followed by severe headache, and after that, bleeding, per vaginal bleeding. Now, using p-values, we can see significant p-values. We are trying to correlate the knowledge with social demographic factors. For age of husband and religion, we couldn't find a significant p-value. However, for education, we found the more literate they were, the more better it was. For a significant p-values less than 0.0. So in conclusion, most of the respondents, a good, healthy, and a satisfactory 94% had a firm belief in ANC. About 60% respondents had knowledge regarding danger signs of pregnancy, with severe abdominal pain being the commonest answer. And of these, only about 50% of them could accompany their wives, because the rest 50 were busy with work or they were foreign workers. This is my research paper, and thank you for having me.
Thank you, Rahul Reddy. Ma'am, please continue.
Hey Rahul, it's a very good study. I like the way you presented. I like the way you discussed the research questions and also justifying your decisions of your research designs. So overall, it was very good. I would just like you to go with the same enthusiasm further in designing an intervention of increasing that 60% to, let's say, 80% in the future. So I would like you to design an intervention with the same enthusiasm. and then go ahead, implement the intervention, and then re-perform the study and also compute it. Otherwise, it was very good study, well presented. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If I may, sir, we actually have an intervention program. We went to the villages. The same team, the 12 of us, again went to the village. We camped out for a week. We tried to spread awareness. And after 1 year, when it was time to collect data, unfortunately, Corona came around. These people do not have access to internet, so we couldn't do an online questionnaire. But once the situation is calmed down, we'll collect the data again.
I would like to ask one question, like how much is that location from your college? What is the distance of the location from your college?
It's close to 163, 64 kilometers from my college.
Okay, so you went and stayed over there.
We went and stayed over there. We also had different programs going around simultaneously. So it was a perfect scenario for us to do research paper.
Okay, good, very good.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Rahul, it was a very good study. I would just suggest to expand this study into the different parts also, not only to the particular area, but to the other parts also.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rahul, for your presentation. We would like the next contestant, Moksha Prasad, to be ready. Is Moksha Prasad online?
Yeah, I'm
Yes, Moksha, we're able to see you and even the slides also. Let me know when to queue.
Good evening. I am Moksha, and I'll be presenting my research paper titled Correlation Between Cosmetic Concerns and Depression in a Woman Diagnosed with PCOS. This is an original research. So, polycystic ovarian syndrome is recognized as the most common endocrine disorder of reproductive aged women. In the recent years, the clinical definition of PCOS has changed, and it includes the dermatologic manifestations such as hirsutism, acne vulgaris, androgenic alopecia as one of its cardinal criteria. Acanthosis nigricans, which is the cutaneous sign of hyperinsulinemia, may also be present. Some studies suggest that there's higher incidence of depressive symptoms, and they contribute to lower health-related quality of life in women with PCOS. And others have demonstrated that a higher body mass index is, which is known to be independently associated with PCOS, is also a link to greater body dissatisfaction and depression. So early recognition of PCOS based on these dermatologic features and treatment of the cosmetic complaints will improve the patient's psychological well-being. And the aim of the study was to determine the correlation between cosmetic concerns and depression in women diagnosed with PCOS. This was a cross-sectional study conducted at Dr. Chandrika Anand PCOS Center between January 2020 and June 2021. So women diagnosed with PCOS using the Rotterdam criteria who were not diagnosed or being treated for anxiety or depression were included, and women with past or present history of anxiety or depression were excluded. Demographic details were collected, and the chief presenting cosmetic complaints that were unwanted hair growth, scalp hair loss, acne or pimples, and weight gain were recorded. BMI was assessed using the Asia Pacific classification. Modified Fermin and Galvey system was used to evaluate the degree of hirsutism. Acne was assessed using the Indian Acne Association guideline. Acanthosis was assessed using the Berg scale, and alopecia was graded according to the Ludwig score. So the severity was depression was assessed using the PHQ-9 questionnaire. Patients' consent was obtained for the use of their data for research purpose. Data was analyzed using the Excel sheet, and chi-square test was applied. 236 women diagnosed with PCOS were included in the study, out of which majority of them were adults. And 31% of them were students, 47% of them were working, and 22% were homemakers. So the most common cosmetic complaint they presented with was weight gain, followed by 60.5% who presented with unwanted hair, and 59% of them who presented with acne and scalp hair loss. On examination, we found that 54.23% of them were obese and 17.3% were overweight. And 72% of them had hirsutism, 65% had acne, 91.1% of them had acanthosis, 41.9% had alopecia, and 4.23% had skin tags. So on evaluation, we found that 20% of them had mild depression, and 20.3% had moderate, 11.8% had moderately severe, and 4.66% had severe depression. and 16.9% of them, that is 40 out of the 236, were found to have suicidal tendencies. We found that depression was significantly higher in adolescents. Incidence of moderately severe and severe depression was higher in homemakers compared to students and working women. So in this graph, the purple bar represents the incidence of depression, the severity of depression in general population, and the pink bar represents that in our that was observed in our studies. So as we can see, there's significant difference between the observed and expected value between the women with cosmetic complaints and PCOS and that of the general population. If we look at the graph on the bottom right, which represents PHQ score between 15 to 27, that that is moderately severe and severe depression, we can see that there is an evident increase in incidence of depression in women with cosmetic complaints compared to the general population. So in all the parameters that was analyzed, there was significant association of cosmetic symptoms and depression. Suicidal tendency was found to be higher in women complaining of scalp hair loss, followed by unwanted hair, weight gain, acanthosis, and acne. 17.2% of women with acanthosis nigricans had suicidal tendency, but among women who had suicidal tendency, 92.5% of them had acanthosis. So from this, we can infer that there was the dermatologic manifestations of PCOS either partially or fully mediated the association between PCOS and depression scores, suggesting that therapeutic interventions and targeted that are targeted at improving body image may decrease the depressive and anxiety symptoms. Thus, we need to approach, there needs to be a holistic approach that needs to be adopted in care of women with PCOS, which includes
Moksha, I
collaboration.
think the buzzer has been rung. I think your time's up. Dr. Charushila ma'am, please forward with any questions.
Okay. Moksha, will you please explain the methodology again?
Yes, ma'am. We asked the patients who were confirmed cases of PCOS using the Rotterdam criteria for their chief cosmetic complaints. So although quite a number of them present with the complaint of irregular cycles, they also complain of excessive hair.
So to these selected people, you have asked this PHQ 9 questionnaires, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay. Chalo, it was good study. Keep it up.
Yeah, I have.
Dr. Praveen, sir.
Okay, so I have one comment. Like, let's say any dermatology, pathology, radiology based studies, I would definitely recommend you to include the picture of a typical patient, right? So that would be one typical patient. Let's say multiple patients who would be. Okay, so these are your own study patients, or like these don't look like your study patients.
No, they are not from my study. It was just to get an orientation.
Yes, so that's what, right? So this is first of all, these pics you should have sourced it, right? But I was not referring to these pics actually. I was referring that actually in your study, typical patient, how would it look like? Like, it is very important to mention it so that we really get an understanding of what do you mean by your case definition. So it would always be good to include typical case definition in dermatology, pathology, radiology studies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Moksha, for your presentation. We would like the next contestant to be ready. Next contestant is Neil Lavande. Please be ready with your presentation.
Yeah, may I start?
Yes, sure. You can just give me a cue and I'll let you know.
Yes, yes, I'm ready. I'll start.
Yeah.
So, good evening, everyone. Respected judges, the organizers, my co-participants, and the audience. My name is Neil Lavande, and I want to present to you all perspectives of Indian medical students on e-learning as a tool for medical education in the country. And this is a quantitative study. So these are the authors, and our paper is an original research paper by us, and we have gotten IC approval. With the COVID-19 pandemic has been taken over the world, and in March 2020, India went under complete lockdown. So all the schools and colleges had to shut, and this is when e-learning came to the forefront. Now, before I move further, I want to define what e-learning is. E-learning is a technology-based learning in which a computer network is used to deliver information to a distant learner. Now, we wanted to know the advantages and disadvantages of e-learning, and we wanted to see the students' perspective of whether there was use for this even beyond the COVID pandemic. It is a cross-sectional study. We collected data via Google Forms. 556 MBBS students from 32 medical colleges across India participated, and all MBBS students were included. We made a self-administered questionnaire with these 5 sections. Most of the students claimed that their online classes had already started, and 94% of them said that they were attending these online lectures. Now, with respect to timing, I wanted to focus on the second point, which said that 73% of the students preferred classes to be in the morning. With respect to duration, 77% of the students preferred if the classes were just from 30 minutes to 1 hour. Now, 98.5% of these classes were theory lectures. And 80% of the students preferred if these lectures were recorded and sent to them after class. Most of the students had their doubts cleared during the class itself, so that's a positive point. Clinical skills we know as a very important part of medical education. 94.4% of the students found it difficult to understand the subject without patient exposure. And out of this, only 50% had a clinical case discussion in their lectures. Now, attendance was another issue where people who did not have compulsory attendance said that this reduced their motivation to attend the lectures. Now, concentration was a major issue. I want you all to focus on the first point, which says that 60% of the students said they could only pay attention halfway through the class. When asked what was the reason for reduced concentration, they said it was technical difficulties, lack of interest, difficult to grasp. And when asked what could increase their concentration, they said reducing the time of lectures, providing offline videos, and resolving the technical network issues. Now, with respect to technological readiness, all the students were very comfortable with the device that they were using. I would like to focus on the second point, which said that 56.8% of the students felt that these online classes actually boosted their productivity during the lockdown. With respect to lectures and case discussions, students found e-learning quite useful. While with respect to practicals, demonstration, and clinical classes, students felt that e-learning was unsuitable. Now, coming to the discussion, attendance. Medical Council of India makes it compulsory for 75% attendance to answer the exams. Now, people who did not have compulsory attendance said this was one of the reasons for their why they did not attend the classes. A study by Uprit et al. Says that a good attendance policy will have a strong impact on student performance. Now, with respect to student-teacher interaction, polls, quizzes, tests, these methods can be used. For clinical exposure, virtual patients, virtual reality simulators, having videos of palpation, surgeries would really help. Now, most students felt that recording the online classes and sending it to them after class would be really useful, so that if they missed the class, they could refer to them later. A study by Asan et al. Says that a pre-lecture assignment really helps improve student concentration during the class. With respect to duration of classes, like I said, most students said that classes could only focus halfway through the classes. So a study by Stewart and Rutherford says that student concentration rises sharply for the first 10 to 15 minutes and then starts falling. So if we have breaks in between classes, this would really help. We need to have standardized training programs for students as well as teachers on how to use this software. And network connection, which is a big issue. 3 things we can do. Number 1, we can record the lectures and send them after class. Number 2, we can have a call-in audio-only method to attend the classes. And we can have a software which works at low bandwidths. Clinical exposure is a very important thing. So we need to have case discussions and videos which are sent to build clinical skills. Finally, I would like to say e-learning is a very effective tool if we work on the student-teacher interaction, on the clinical case exposure, and on the network issues. This could be a very good adjunct to traditional learning, of course, even beyond the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you so much for your patient listening.
Thank you for the presentation, Neil Lavande. Dr. Praveen sir, please take it.
Hey Neil, I liked the thing that you actually took the e-learning approach and you also went a step ahead where you are actually trying to tell suggestions and how it can be overcome. But I would just like to have one important context over here, right? So in order for you to discriminate between the finding being significant, whether the finding being non-significant. So what do I mean? Let's say you are actually saying that around 60% were actually finding concentration to be difficult halfway down the class. I will counter your argument that even in a classroom based approach, halfway down the lane, 60% will have concentration problems, right? So it may not be related to e-learning at all. It may be related to the patient. It may be related to the students per se. So in order to tackle this, you should always and always try to find out some control or the other. Suppose it would not have been COVID-19, you could have obviously recruited, you could have actually taken some students who are going to the class. Even in this case, I would suggest that you should have taken a historical control and say like what would have been the historical control at a classroom based thing, and then put up what are the e-learning on the prospective approach, so that we actually get a perspective of what they are actually found are actually a chance finding or a intervention based finding. So the discrimination can only be obtained with a control, and I'm not overemphasizing it. Always search for controls in some way or the other, and try to fit in controls for the study, because that gives the entire sense of your study. Thank you. Otherwise, it was very good study. Thank you.
Neil, it was a wonderful study because e-learning is actual real scenario at present because of the COVID-19. Now, just how can you correlate this self-directed learning with this e-learning?
Sorry, ma'am, I didn't understand your question. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Could you please repeat the question?
Yes, actually, I just want to know that can you correlate the SDL, that is the self-directed learning, with this e-learning?
So, ma'am, self-directed learning in ways of learning at home on your own?
No, in the competency-based studies, the SDL, that is one parameter or one type of study which is included in the CBME part, and this is a one part of this e-learning. So you could mention these things also in the e-learning, because for the e-learning, this SDL technology is important.
Okay, ma'am, understood. Okay.
Okay, chalo, keep it up.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil, for your presentation. We would like to proceed with the next contestant of the hour, Dr. Prashant Upadhyay.
Hello. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are visible. Please share your slides.
I am sharing. Is the slide visible?
Yes, Prashant, your slides are visible.
Okay, so we can start.
Yes.
Good evening. Good evening to everyone. I am Prashant Upadhyay. Today I am presenting my original research work, which was approved in ICMR STS 2019. A study to assess and compare the prescription pattern and appropriateness of antimicrobial use in a rural government tertiary hospital, Uttar Pradesh, India. All the data shown here are original, and the ethics approval was taken prior to the start of research work. So way back from the discovery of penicillin, it was also anticipated about the risk of antimicrobial resistance in the future, and that was what is stated by the Sir Alexander Fleming during 1945 during his Nobel Prize speech. He said, "The thoughtless person playing with the penicillin treatment is morally responsible for the death of the man who comes to infection with the penicillin-resistant organisms." And that's why if you continue to use injudicious use of antimicrobials, it will result in epidemic, and we will again go back to the post-antibiotic era. So what is the antimicrobial resistance? It is the ability of microorganisms to multiply even in the presence of therapeutic levels of the antimicrobials, and that not only increase the mortality and morbidity of the patient, but it also put an enormous economic burden and the wastage of limited resources in the resource limited country, and especially like developing countries like India. And India is also referred as the AMR capital, that is antimicrobial resistance capital of the world, because since 2000 to 2015, antimicrobial consumption has been increased about 103%. Also, prevalence of AMR in India is 50 to 90%. But unfortunately, there is no national surveillance data available, and that too from the medical colleges or hospitals from the rural areas. Now factors responsible for AMR, mostly non-prescription based use, that is over-the-counter use, lack of compliance, because patients take only antimicrobials for 2 to 3 days that are prescribed for the 7 days, but they do not complete the course. Inappropriate prescription of antimicrobials. It is mainly due to the diagnostic uncertainty and lack of the patient counseling by the doctors. Also, lack of surveillance, environmental factors. We are day by day increasing amount of antimicrobials in the poultry, in the fisheries, and that creating the antimicrobial resistance in the water bodies as well. And surely, last but not the least, lack of proper lab investigations like culture and drug sensitivity, especially in the rural backward areas like Jalon in Bundelkhand region. So this is the cross-sectional study. We have it was conducted under the guidance of Dr. Piyush Mishra, sir, my guide, and it was conducted by the Department of Pharmacology and Therapeutics at the Government Medical College Jalon, Bundelkhand region. Inclusion criteria: we included the prescriptions that contain at least one or more antimicrobials from the OPDs of medicine, surgery, orthopedics, gynecology, ops, and the pediatrics. So purposive sampling method was used, and 2,000 prescriptions were collected and analyzed as per age, sex, signs, and symptoms of infection mentioned or not in the prescription, provisional definitive diagnosis made or not, site of infection, number of antimicrobials prescribed, culture and sensitivity testing done or ordered before prescribing them antimicrobials or not. Also, average cost of antimicrobial per prescription was calculated using the Drug Today book, Jan to March session, Jan to March volume 2019, and tool for evaluating the appropriateness of antimicrobials prescribed was developed by Dorca, and it was permission was taken before its use. So this is the ethical committee approval. Now the results. We found that 45 to 76%, 45 to 76% of antimicrobials was prescribed from the medicine department, followed by 27.72% from the surgery department. Also, when we look at the qualification of prescribers, we found that non-PGJRs and the MBBS interns, the people having MBBS degree, prescribed 56.33%, which is a rare, which is a main concern, because in the peripheral colleges of India, like our, we don't have a PG courses here. Only there are undergraduate courses, and so the non-PGJRs and MBBS interns are the more prescribing ones here. Also, gastrointestinal 25.75% and upper respiratory tract infections 15.60% were the main complaints for which antimicrobials are prescribed. When we look at the prescription for more than one antibiotic, we found that non-PGJRs and interns prescribed 65.61%, and that more than two antimicrobials were prescribed at the same time, and that too they were not a rational combination. Also, beta-lactams were mostly prescribed 45.23%, followed by fluoroquinolones and macrolides. Also, this is the category we categorizes the appropriateness of antimicrobial prescription: category 1, category 2, 3, and 4, 5. 1, a need of antibiotic use of treatment established. Second, a bacterial infection may present but not confirmed. Third, need for antimicrobial use prophylaxis established. Fourth, need for antimicrobial use for treatment not established, and it was found to be 29.71%. And the grade 4 and grade 5 makes the most economically creating burden on the patients. We found that 41.02% of the total cost burden was due to inappropriate use of antimicrobials, that is category 4 and 5, and average cost per prescription was found to be INR 166.65. Also, antimicrobials were mainly prescribed on the basis of symptoms, most commonly for the gastrointestinal complaints. In 2012, antibiotic stewardship prevention of infection control program was started by the ICMR.
Dr. Prashant, I think the time's up.
I don't hear the bell, I think.
I have already rung the bell twice. So
Okay.
I think it would be better to stop right. Dr. Charushila ma'am?
Yes, Prashant, it was good study. Will you just explain that how you have collected this data?
Ma'am, we have taken the prescriptions which were written in our OPD daily on the daily basis, and we have collected the prescriptions for around 3 months in our hospital, and then we have evaluated those prescriptions.
Okay. Okay, good. Keep it up.
Dr. Praveen, sir?
Hey, hello, Upadhyay. It was a good study.
Hello,
So we have taken the concept of antibiotic stewardship and like the irrational usage of antibiotics. I would differ from your opinion that prescription by interns and non-PGs will be dangerous. I would not go according to that, because it may also be very much possible that they are well trained with the rationality, and they may actually be prescribing the right antibiotic as compared to the let's say consultant who want to kind of just treat irrationally without taking into consideration. So that would not be the like exact reason for me to get concerned. Rather, I would
Actually, sir,
more focus on irrational things. And just to conclude it, of course, you went with some case definitions of irrationality, but I would like you to have explored more further. Go case specific. Okay, case specific irrationality would be much better. That is definition of irrationality at the startup and then ending. And irrationality will not only end that you are actually giving an antibiotic to a viral. It means irrational. It does not mean only that. Let's say if the antibiotic is to be prescribed for 7 days, if it is extended for 9 days, that is also irrational. If
yes,
the
sir.
antibiotic is, let's say, if there is going to be a lower end spectrum antibiotic with a sensitive present, and we are actually prescribing a higher end, that is also irrational. So irrational, I would say that you should go with a case definition defined pre-hand, and then explore these irrational at the bay. And if at all you would want that, if you would highlight that the intern prescribing is irrational, then I would like you to prove it using a research. That is in the same thing. If you would able to say that the number of irrationality normalizing to the numbers were greater for the interns as compared to the of other, then I would be accepting. But just at the face
Sir,
value of it at a descriptive statistics,
sir, no.
will
Actually,
not.
sir, I have not mentioned that they were prescribing irrational. If you see the table, I have mentioned that they were prescribing more than one antimicrobials at the same time. And sir, interns means the people who are having the only MBBS degree, not done the diploma or not done the post graduation. And also, sir, for the tool we have used the appropriateness tool devised by one author, Adorka et al. A study done in the South Africa, and so he devised a tool to evaluate the appropriateness of the antimicrobials prescribed, and the same tool we have used it. We have used here.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Thank you for the presentation, Dr. Prashant Upadhyay. We would like
Thank
the next contestant to be ready.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can stop screen sharing. The next contestant is Shrishti Taneja. She's a third-year medical student from MS Ramaya Medical College, Karnataka. Shrishti, are you online?
Hello.
Yes. Good evening, everyone.
Hello, sorry to interrupt. Praveen sir, we have left with 7 presentations. Sorry, we have exceeded the time. So please take your dinner if
Okay, okay, no
possible.
problem. Okay, so I am able to see that we have still 20 to 25, right?
Sir, we're already on to the 20th participant of the night.
Yes,
We
yes.
have around 4 or 5 left.
4. Okay, okay, no problem.
Yeah,
Continue, please. Okay.
including the 20th participant, it's 5.
It's 5. Okay.
Sir, is it okay if we start it right now?
Yes, yes, please start.
Yes. Shrishti, are you ready?
Yes. Is my screen visible to all?
Yes, your screen is visible. Just let me know when to start.
Yeah, you can start. Good evening, everyone. So my topic is students' perspective on the subject of online medical education, a cross-sectional study. The co-investigators are Utkarsh Raj Sparsh, and our guide is Dr. Vishwanath K. This is an original research done by me and my colleagues under the guidance of Dr. Vishwanath K. MS Ramaya Medical College, and the study was given ethical clearance by the ethics committee of our college. So in March 2020, WHO declared the COVID a pandemic. So most government around the world, they had to close the educational institution in an attempt to contain the spread of COVID-19 pandemic. So with time, many MBBS colleges, they started online classes. So this survey was being conducted to include the views of students. So to analyze the various benefits as well as challenges that come along with the online classes. However, in unprecedented time like these, online classes have been an extremely useful tool to ensure learning doesn't stop. So the aims of my study is to study the students' perspective on online medical education, and the objectives were to analyze the various opinion of students on online medical education and to give a valuable feedback to the administrators and teachers. Materials and methods. So this is a cross-sectional study. All willing medical students from second year to final year from the selected medical colleges of India, they were included. Entries not relevant to the field or which were incomplete, they were excluded out. So sample size, 359 was our sample size. So we did a Google format which indicated that 52.8% students opined that classroom teaching should not be replaced by online teaching. So based on that finding, with a confidence level of 90% and an absolute margin of 5.28, it is estimated that a minimum of 359 students will be enrolled into the study. Questionnaire. So we made a questionnaire which was validated by our expert, and it had 6 sections. The first was about the basic details of the medical students. Second focused on like the duration of classes, the number of classes each day, whether there were short breaks given in between the classes and all. The third was about the rating of different attributes of online teaching. The fourth focused on the benefits and disadvantages. And the fifth dealt with the students choosing what concepts are best conveyed and what were difficult to grasp via the online classes. The sixth, the final section was where the students were asked if they wanted the traditional classroom teaching to be completely replaced by online teaching or not. So statistical method, all the data collected was entered in the Excel sheet. The quantitative factors, they were expressed as mean or standard deviation, or median with interquartile range, and the qualitative variable, they were expressed as percentages. Results. So we got 582 responses. Most of the students, they have 2 classes a day, and the most effective mode was found to be PPT. 49.9% found virtual learning to be affecting the group studies. So these are the graphs which shows our result. Most useful mode of classes. Okay, perception of online classes. So we can see from this graph that clinical knowledge imparted and the ability to focus has the poorest rating. Benefits of online classes. Availability of recorded lecture was the top rated benefit, followed by the convenience and the time efficiency. Disadvantages of the online classes. So less clinical exposure was the main problem, followed by frequent technical problem and decreased motivation, of course. Then topics best conveyed and most difficult to grasp via online classes. See, detail intensive components like the etiology of the disease and the pathology, they are best conveyed via the online classes. But topics like the clinical features, the anatomy, where we need dissection, they were difficult to grasp. Now, replacing online medical education with traditional classroom learning. See, only 5.4% students believe that online medical education should completely replace the traditional classroom teaching, while 36.3% believe that online education should partially replace it. Strengths of our study is that it was a pan-India study and we included most of the state, but the drawbacks was that it lies, there was non-uniformity of the responses that came in from different colleges. Conclusion, online classes are very accessible, they are flexible to time, but despite these advantages, it lacks the ability to impart the clinical skills, which is main thing, which is necessary for us students of MBBS. Lack of communication and interactiveness was found to be another barrier. So while inclusion of online education in some form or another is inevitable in the wake of developing technology, this mode of education is still not ready to completely replace the traditional education in the field of medicine. Now, here are my references. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Srishti. Dr. Praveen sir, got any? Please put forward your questions.
Hey, Srishti, I liked your time management. It was really good that you concluded it on time. And I would like to say that you actually were checking even the subject-wise impact on things. That was a bit interesting. So can you say a bit more on it? Like how did you kind of formulate that particular question?
Sir, actually, when I did this study, I was in second year and it was suggested by our guide. So these things we actually felt, like the students who were doing this study, like the pathology of the study, the pathology of the disease. So it's easy to understand because they can show you the the images, the videos, it's easy. But when it comes to, the anatomy, when you have to see the disease, or when we come to microbiology, when you have to see the slides, it was difficult to understand. Because I remember when we went back to the colleges, it was very difficult for us to see the slides in one go. So that was
good. So I would like you to kind of conceptually categorize the subjects into domains and then bring about quantifiable odds ratio in communicating, like what are the subjects which are difficult to be done or what are the subjects which are easy to be done, so that this is a good format you are actually highlighting, because we can selectively use e-based learning for some subjects and not use for other subjects. It's a good point you are saying, and thank you. I am done with my question.
Dr.
Srishti,
Charushila.
yes, Srishti, it was a good study. Just I want to mention that whether you have collected this data from the different states, but have you collected or categorized it into the government college setup or private college setup?
Ma'am, no, actually we got the data, and in the Google format, like they mentioned the college name, but no, we didn't categorize it like
So if
government.
you yes, so if you think of expanding this study, then you can categorize accordingly also. So that can give you the different part also of this research. Okay, so good study.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable feedback. Uh, Thank you, Srishti, for your presentation. The next participant online is Shuvro Bhattacharya from Kolkata Medical College from West Bengal. She's a final year medical student.
Am I audible?
Oh,
I am audible.
yes, so you're audible. Can you please present your slides?
Please wait for before the starting my presentation. I want to say namaskar to all the judges and thank you so much to all other participants and the conducting sessions group. Thank you so much to being here. And now I want to share my screen.
Just let me know when to start your queue. Okay.
Yeah. Now I want to start now. Okay, so my topic of discussion is factors affecting student performance in academics in university level, a questionnaire survey among the third semester students. Okay, so we all are in university, so we are adult learners, and the adult learning theory is composed by Malcolm Safer Knowles, who is famous for the andragogy. And this adult learning theory have 7 components like safe and comfortable learning climate, mutual planning, diagnosing own needs, formatting own objectives, identification and use of resources, supporting learning plans, and self-evaluation. And according to Albert Bandura, self-efficacy is a mixture of some judgments like what is chosen, how much effort we invested, how long we persist, and how to approach a task, and then we learn. And the learning is a flow of information from teacher to the learner, and the outcome part is measured by the examination, which is a predetermined objective to assess the performance and learning, but it is a miserable part because results always unhappy us. But we taken 7 most important attributes to find out the area of improvement of the identified factors affecting student performance and to identify the gap between academics to groups of MBBS students. For that, we did a cross-sectional and prospective study in Medical College Kolkata among 2 months among the third semester students, and census sampling method was done, and inclusion criteria is all present in the class is taken into the study, and incomplete questionnaire have been excluded. This is the pre-tested and pre-validated questionnaire formed by Dr. Ron Fry. This is our study tool. After taking consent, we distribute that questionnaire, and field questionnaire is collected, scoring and data was analyzed. This is the consent form, and this questionnaire contains 28 questions, and each question has yes or no 2 options, and this is the random distribution of the questionnaire according to the attributes. This is the scoring method, and this is the ethical clearance of my study. Now coming to the result, which we derived by using the MS Excel software. Among the 200 respondents, we have to exclude 4 because they are incomplete. So total valid response is 196. Among that, 142 are male and 54 are females. This is the age distribution with the maximum of 19 age with an average 20 plus minus 1.58. Now coming to the directly to the attributes, most shocking results, like 87.2% students cannot concentrate properly. 97.9% student cannot comprehend properly. 84 students of our study sample are anxious because of test. Only 5.1% student can organize their study materials. 90.8% students are lacking their learnings. Only 36.2% students have a good computer skill, and 47.9% students have a good taking notes capability. So when we plot the odd lacking, the comprehension followed by organization and then learning, this is the lacking categories. When we plot the male and female in the same graph, the comprehension and the organization more or less comfortable, but in other cases, males are lagging behind. And statistically, it's proven that concentration and the taking notes are most statistical significant value between the male and the female. Coming to the assumptions, we assume that 75% is a honors marks candidate, so we have 24% honors candidates. There's the sex and the subject distribution, and when we plot the honors marks and with the non-honors candidates, the lacking is comprehension and the learning is more or less equal, but in other cases honors are far better than non-honors, except the taking notes part. But when we go for the statistical analysis, text anxiety is a determined between the non-honors and non-honors candidates. Now coming to the discussion, I want to say we all know about the Indian medical graduate should contain these 5 medical competency, but Canada sets more than 3 extra. And learning process start from data acquisition, followed by processing, storing, retention, and transfer, and then recall. And this learning process is affected by many factors. But according to theory of constructivism, learner construct their own knowledge because learning is an active process, and learner make their judgment when and how to study. And according to the University of New England, interest in a subject, motivation, level of relaxation, and Manitoba said that level of distraction and subdivide a large topic and the best time to study give us better result and better study. But how to deal with indecision? We have to deal with indecision, daydreamings, personal problem, botheration by a course. We have to set a realistic goal and reminder list. Every study has some limitation, mine was no exception. Subject-wise variation is not considered. Only second-year candidate is taken in the study, and student from a single institute in the study, and other factors is beyond my scope. But still, my study is unique because first of its kind exclusively on the medical students and better implementation for the CBME and ADCOM module. And I want to recommend, first recommendation is teacher-guardian relationship or teacher-guardianship. Secondly, to be run this questionnaire after each university exam, more student-friendly approach in the class and psychological counseling should be needed. I want to conclude my study by saying that the gap between teacher and the students should be narrowed, learning facilitators should be teachers, and individual care should be given. This is my references. I want to thank Dr. Abhishek Das, who is my guide, and Dr. Ronfai, who is the backbone of this study, and Med-Invade to giving this platform. And thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Shubhro. That was a very timely presentation. Dr. Praveen, sir, please go on.
Hey, Shubhrot, I liked your energy. It was very good, and that's the way to go. It was really good. I liked the presentation. I liked your energy. I like the Ashok Chakra. Everything I liked, and that's the way to take research very seriously. And I'm very sure you're going to bring India. Not only you, every one of the participants over here is going to make India very much shine, and I'm happy about it. So having said that, I have some of the points to say to you. Like you made a very good presentation in the sense the presentation was good in the form of arrangement and so. But you should have kind of reduced the contents and made it a bit more cohesive in the way that you have some time for speaking as well, right? So it was a bit,
actually, sir, thank you so much, sir. Actually, sir, I made this presentation for 7 minutes, and when there comes the 5 minutes, then I have to manage the 7 minutes content into the 5 minutes. I think that will be 7 minutes.
But that's also your skill, right? So if you can only run the Olympics based on the rules, we cannot run on our own rules, right? So you should try to manage it. Otherwise, it was good, and try to improve on that. Otherwise, I would like to look you forward at good places. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Well said, Dr. Praveen, sir. Dr. Charushila, ma'am, please go
Yes, Subrato, it was a good presentation. Just I want to mention that I think you have done it with the already validated questionnaire, right?
Yes, ma'am. Pre-validated and pre-tested.
Yes, but whether it was an Indian questionnaire or
no, ma'am, it's not Indian questionnaire.
Okay, so I think in present scenario in the India, if you are considering this online modality and other modalities, I think some questions should be included as per the our real scenario. So absolutely. I think because the atmosphere for the e-learning is different on the other countries compared to our country.
This study was conducted when I am second year, the previous year, in 2019, when there is no COVID situation actually.
Okay, no issues. But I think some of these questionnaires, considering our Indian scenario, that should be added.
Okay, thank you so much.
Keep it up. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable feedback and for the review. We would like to continue with the next participant for tonight, Dr. Priyanka R. Dr. Priyanka R is a third-year student, medical
Hello?
student from.
Hello?
Hello.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, Tarun, your screen is visible.
Yeah, before going to the next participant, like we should we should have this PPT. So very quick. So like we would like to thank JP Publishers for becoming an educational partner for us. So like they have sent us a PPT to make aware of students about their books, which was written by eminent teachers across India. So like I will show. So yeah, JP clinical and practical methods books, which we will see in this PowerPoint presentation. First one is practical clinical biochemistry as per revised MCA curriculum by Dr. Ranjana Chawla. So any first year students can make use of this book. So you can see the salient features here. So next, guys, textbook of practical physiology and histology practical manual. I personally used this histology practical manual for during my first year of MBBS, and we all know that how famous guys textbook is. So you can use both for our practical exams, first year students. Yeah, this is the for third year students, like golden notes for social and preventive medicine and the essentials of community medicine practicals. Next one is for second year students, practical manual and for of experimental and clinical pharmacology and manual of practical forensic medicine and toxicology. Next one is practical ENT and clinical medicine ophthalmology for third year students. This is like Dr. Achit Bullo today taken a session in our continuous medical education program. So like he has written a book on along with Dr. Anudeep, an insider's guide to clinical medicine, which is one of the famous books. So and for orthopedics, it is clinical methods in orthopedics, a concise guide, and pediatrics, practical pediatrics, and there is also Alagappan manual of practical practical medicine and clinical methods in obstetric and gynecology. So JP Publishers has been providing almost all subjects separate practical books. So may please refer the salient features and make use of it. And once again, sincere thanks to JP Medical Publishers for becoming our conference education partners. Sorry, but it's mandatory to promote, so that's why I know the time constraint. So sorry for judges and participants.
Well, that's the end for the sponsorship partnership expenses. So we would like to proceed with the next contestant of the hour, Dr. Priyanka R, a third-year medical student from Chettinad Health and Research Institute, Tamil Nadu.
I hope my slides and videos visible.
Uh, yes, your slides are visible, but can you please turn on your camera?
The camera is on.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me know when you want to start.
Yeah, I'll
Yes.
start.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Priyanka. I'm a third year medical student from Chettinad Medical College, and my topic is high density lipoprotein, a new marker assessing the severity of SARS-CoV. Research work during the month of July 2020, August 2020 is original, done under the guidance of Dr. Shantini. Data information given in this report is authentic to the best of my knowledge. So SARS-CoV virus is a family of viruses that we all know have been responsible for the current pandemic right now, which has led to death and hospitalization of millions of people worldwide. It has ranged from respiratory failure to multi-organ failure. And most importantly, the laboratory diagnostic tests have been, especially by the biochemical blood test, play a pivotal role in diagnosis and treatment monitoring of all the diseases. So there's a specific immune response towards a every specific organs towards the coronavirus, which has led to development of multi-organ failure. So they can present as asymptomatic, mildly symptomatic to severe forms. And the Center for Disease Control and Prevention has suggested that elderly patients with associated risk factors like hypertension, obesity, and cardiac problems had a higher risk of contracting this SARS-CoV infection. And one pathogenic cofactor which is associated with all of these risk factors is hypercholesterolemia. One study has shown a decrease in the levels of cholesterol among SARS-CoV-19 patients, which, when compared to healthy subjects, studies on this abnormalities in lipid profile among SARS-CoV-19 patients are very few. Hence, this study on abnormalities in lipid profile among SARS-CoV-19 patients was undertaken. Aim of the study was to find out variations in levels of ferritin and lipid profile among SARS-CoV-19 patients, and the objective is to show a correlation between ferritin, an already proven marker in assessing the severity of the SARS-CoV-19, and the lipid profile parameters. Study design, single center retrospective cross-section study, duration 1 month from July to August 2020. Details of 312 patients between the age group of 20 to 80 years were all males attended a hospital who were diagnosed with SARS-CoV were included in the study. Inclusion criteria includes, they were based on the diagnosis as per the ICMR guidelines, and all the previously healthy individuals who were tested positive for the virus after examination of the RNA in the nasal swab by analyzing the E and the S gene were included in the research. Also, exclusion criteria, patients who were admitted to the hospital other than SARS-CoV or with previous history of hemoglobinopathies, liver diseases, hematological disease, HIV, pregnant, and also less than 18 years and cancer were excluded from the study. Institute Ethical Committee approval was obtained before the commencement of the study, and the medical records of all the patients were collected and examined. The details of all the biochemical investigations, clinical, drug, and demographic, and an extensive history along with the previous comorbidities, age, gender were taken. And mainly the patients were grouped based on ICU and ward into ICU and ward based on ICMR guidelines, and data regarding the biochemical investigations like ferritin and lipid profile were taken on day 1 of admission and were obtained from our LIS. Ferritin was measured using the CLIA, lipid profile using the Simon's dimensional expand machine, total cholesterol in the cholesterol oxidase estase peroxidase method, TGL using the enzymatic, HDL using the PEG, LDL using the Fedorow's equation. Any values above the normal reference range was considered as abnormal. SPSS version 10 was used to analyze the data. All the categorical and continuous variables, the mean and standard deviation was done for all 312 participants, and they were divided mainly into 2 groups, ICU and ward, as mentioned before. And all the parameters were grouped and were compared using the independent sample t-test. Pearson's correlation analysis was done to find out the correlation between the ferritin and the lipid profile parameters. ROC was done to find the diagnostic ability of the parameters. P-value less than 0.05 was considered as significant. And as you can see, the table 1, mean and standard deviation of all the values was done, which included the both ICU and the ward patients. In the independent sample t-test in the table 2, as you can see, ferritin levels of the ICU patients were more than that of the ward, and HDL was lower in the ICU compared to that of ward. As you can see, the p-value is less than 0.05, which is statistically a significant result has been obtained. And also Pearson correlation analysis, the ferritin showed a positive correlation between the total cholesterol, triglycerides, and the low LDL, and negative correlation between the ferritin and HDL. ROC, the area was 0.538. The results among the 318 COVID male patients, 190 of them were ICU and 122 were admitted in the ward. Descriptive statistics showed that levels of ferritin were higher than the normal range, and the levels of HDL were lower than the normal reference range. And all the statistical analysis that I had mentioned before were statistically significant, which proved the significance of this study. And coming to the discussion part, ferritin is considered a promising marker. The H subunit is considered to be inflammatory and immunomodulatory. So as the COVID infection increases, there is increased amount of interleukins which are getting produced, and the macrophages produce increased amount of ferritin. And also this ferritin free iron levels alter the coagulation profile, leading to vascular thrombosis. Patients with metabolic disorders are found to have severe COVID cases than compared to no metabolic disorders. And also this lipidemia is associated with many viral cholesterol helps in the entry of the virus. And also the studies have shown, by this person has shown that total cholesterol, LDL and HDL decrease with increase in severity of the disease. But in our study, the TC and LDL did not show much difference. And the exact mechanism is not known, but there is decrease in the APO, LCAT and lipid levels. And this is the first.
Priyanka, sorry for the interruption. Your time's up and we are running a little late.
And which has been overlooked so far. And definitely HDL values decrease with increase in severity of disease and can be used as a promising marker for finding out the severity of the disease. Limitations. the study was a cross-sectional study, so we couldn't compare the data with the control group of normal healthy individuals. And these are my references. And thank you.
Okay. Dr. Praveen sir, please continue with your question.
Hey Priyanka, thanks for the study. It was good. But one thing I would like to say that you actually titled your study that HDL as a marker, right? So HDL as a high density lipoprotein, a new marker in assessing the severity of SARS-CoV-2. And but you have actually written that in the assessment it was written that the AUC of the HDL was as low as 0.53. So with the biomarker being 0.53, will you go forward in proposing it to be a biomarker?
Sir, actually, the area was considered is about 0.53. It actually is non-distinguishable, but I think if the sample size could have been increased a bit more, I could have got a much
Yes,
more.
but so yes, that's good point. So in that case, you should have been guarded in your heading, right? You could have written that is high density protein a new marker of assessing severity? That would have been is. A simple addition of this would have been much better. You have written a confirmatory statement in your heading that high density protein is a new marker of assessing severity, and with 0.53, I would be refraining from framing such a heading because it would be falsely implying to the readers. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Priyanka, it was a good study. I just want to suggest you that please work on the presentation skills, because I think your speed was too much, and I think you need to work on it. And second thing, in the result part and the discussion part, you have written all the things. Instead of this mentioning in the line to line, you can explain it through the graphical, or you can just mention the these digits and then you can explain it better. So I think you need to work on this presentation skills. Overall content was good, and it's good study.
I tried to cover the content because the time limit was low, but I'll try to work on it, ma'am, next time.
Yes,
Thank
yes,
you.
yes, yes. Okay, keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you for the feedback and the review, ma'am. We would like to proceed with the next contestant, Dr. Simran Singh. Simran, are you online? Please turn on your camera and please start presenting.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, Simran, we're able to see you, but
Can you see my
your
screen?
screen presentation, yes, your screen presentation is also on the point.
Yes. My topic is on clinical correlates of PCOD in a tertiary healthcare center. Um, this is the ethics approval letter. And let me tell you what exactly is polycystic ovary disease. So it's actually, there are multiple cysts in the ovaries and there's androgen excess in the body resulting in presentation like hirsutism, acne, obesity, and menstrual cycle disturbance. So these patients are more prone to getting metabolic syndromes like hypertension, central obesity, and glucose intolerance. So we diagnose these patients on the basis of Rotterdam criteria, in which if any two of these three criteria are fulfilled, we say that the patient is having PCOS. There are oligomenorrhea, anovulation, and polycystic ovaries on ultrasound. My aims and objective were to study, analyze, and find correlation between different signs and symptoms of PCOD. Material and method, I have used Galway score for assessment of hirsutism and Asian population, and WHO cutoff of body mass index was taken for Asian population. Place of study was my own hospital. The sample size was was 150. The inclusion criteria, I included all the confirmed cases of PCOS right from menarche till menopause, and I excluded those patients who were having thyroid disorder, adrenal hyperplasia, and hyperprolactinemia. The proposal was submitted to the institution ethical committee, and permission was taken, and written informed consent was taken from each and every participant. The data was compiled and analyzed using Microsoft Excel and SPSS. So age group, most of the patients belong to the age group of 20 to 24 years. Chief complaints were irregular menses, obesity, hirsutism, acne, and infertility accordingly. Menarche, 15% of them had the menarche between the age of 11 to 13 years. Family history plays a very important role in the presentation of PCOS in females. So diabetes, hypertension, and obesity were among the top three, followed by thyroid disorder, PCOD, and cardiac disorders. In ultrasonography findings, we see for string of pearl appearance, and 89% of them had PCOD changes in them. Rest 11% were diagnosed on the other two criteria. Exercise routine also plays a very important role in the management, but we saw that but I saw that only 33% of them had actually included exercise in the daily routine. Clinical examination were further assessed, and hirsutism grading was done according to the Ferryman-Galway, in which score from 1 to 4 was given on 9 different sides of the body, and grading was done in mild, moderate, and severe. Most of them had moderate grade of hirsutism, acne, although 32% of them had acne in their cheek complaints, but only 50%, but actually 50% of them had acne on the face, arm, and back. BMI was calculated on the basis of Collett's formula, which is weight upon height square, and and WHO cutoff for Asian population was taken. We saw that mostly people were from pre-obese and normal, followed by obese type 1. And also an aggregate gives us an idea about the insulin resistance. So 32% of them had insulin resistance, and there was a rising curve between obesity and acanthosis and aggregates. Clinical correlation was found by chi-square test between irregular menses and infertility, in which 7% who had irregular menses had infertility. Between irregular menses and acne, in which 48% who were having irregular menses also had acne as a chief complaint, irregular menses and with hirsutism, in which 33% who had irregular menses also had hirsutism, in which in all these the p-value is less than 0.05. Between hirsutism and infertility, in which 3% of those who were having hirsutism also had infertility. Between ultrasonography findings and acne as their chief complaints, in which 48% who were having polycystic veins also had acne as their chief complaints. Between chief complaints of obesity and hirsutism, between 45% of the participants who had obesity also had hirsutism. And the last was ultrasonographic findings and acanthosis nigricans. And in which 29.3% of the participants who had polycystic change also had acanthosis nigricans. Discussion: the chief complaint were compared with Sushma et al., Mugdha et al., and Sunita et al. The age was comparable with Mugdha et al. And Sushma et al. Comparison of family history was done with Alaknanda and Sangbatula et al. With the ultrasonography findings and acne was done Mugdha et al. And Sunita et al. Even the correlation between our findings, like ultrasonography findings and acne, was comparable with Sadi et al. And correlation between irregular menses and acne was comparable with Yang et al. And S. West et al.
Simran, sorry for the interruption.
Yes.
Your time allotted is up. We would proceed with the questioning. Dr. Charushila ma'am, please proceed with your questioning.
Yes, it was a good presentation. Just will you please explain how you have collected the data?
Hello.
Will you please explain how you have collected the data?
I collected data from the questionnaire given from the questionnaire in which I mention all the demographic data and right from the chief complaints from family history.
So whether this questionnaire was
then
validated?
I calculated. Yes, it was validated from 3 professors from the PSM department, Gynae department.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. It was good study. Keep it up.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Praveen, sir, please proceed with your questions.
Hey, thanks for the presentation, Simran. So I would like to have one comment that your research was very much open-ended without any firm aims and objectives, and was very highly exploratory, followed by which you have kind of derived at some findings such as acanthosis, nigricans, and all those. And I would like you to better reframe your question, which are more specific, and then address to it. Otherwise, it was good presentation. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Thank you for the presentation and thank you for the review, everyone. We would like to proceed with the next contestant of the hour. Contestant number 24, Salma Rangwala, an intern from Mahatma Gandhi Memorial Medical College, Indore, Madhya Pradesh.
Yes, hello, good evening, everybody. My name is Salma Rangwala, and I will be presenting my study titled, I'm sorry, please give me a minute. Is my screen visible?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Your screen is visible.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, your screen is visible. Shall I start it right now?
Yes, please start. Yep. So the title of my study is an educational intervention study among college students to assess their knowledge and awareness about vaccine preventable cancers, mainly focusing on HPV and HBV-induced cancers. Introduction. Infection by some microbiological agents that induce carcinogenesis can be potentially prevented by appropriate use of vaccines. In this study, emphasis has been placed on HPV and HBV-induced cancers because of their prevalence in India. Globally, more than 240 million people are infected with chronic liver disease, which is caused by the hepatitis B virus. In India, the HBsAg seroprevalence in the population ranges from about 2% to 8%, and this places India in the intermediate endemicity zone. And the number of HBV carriers is about 50 million people, and because of this, India forms the second largest pool of chronic HBV infections in the world. The overall relative risk for hepatocellular carcinoma in HBV carriers is estimated to be about 13.7 times higher than that for non-carriers. The human papillomavirus, HPV, infection is the most important risk factor for cervical cancer. India has a population of about 365.71 million women above the age of 15 years old who are at risk for developing cervical cancer. The current estimates indicate that nearly 132,000 are newly diagnosed and 74,000 cervical cancer deaths are reported annually in India. And this accounts for about 1/3 of the global cervical cancer-related deaths. The aim of my study is to assess the knowledge and awareness among college students about cancers caused by microbes that can be prevented by vaccination. The primary objective was to assess knowledge and awareness among college students about cancers caused by microbes that can be prevented by vaccination, the role of those microbes in causing cancer before and after the intervention. My secondary objectives were to assess awareness and knowledge about vaccines available to prevent HBV and HPV infections, to evaluate the change in the level of knowledge after the intervention, and to find out the vaccination status of participants and to motivate them to get vaccinated. Methodology. My study is an educational intervention study and was conducted among 62 college students of Indore who willingly agreed to participate. A questionnaire was used to elicit existing knowledge and awareness about vaccine-preventable cancers. It consisted of about 30 questions on knowledge about cancer and microbes that can cause cancer. knowledge about HPV and HPV, knowledge and awareness about available vaccines. A score of 1 was given for each correct answer and of 0 for each incorrect answer. And this was followed by the intervention, which was in the form of a seminar. And 1 week after the seminar, the same questionnaire was used to evaluate the change in level of knowledge and awareness among the students. Statistical analysis, the Cronbach's alpha test was applied to test the reliability of the questionnaire. The McNemar test was applied to evaluate difference in the knowledge before and after the intervention for individual questions. And the chi-square test was applied to test the overall significance of the study. Observations are as follows. The Cronbach's alpha value for 30 question items is 0.969. And these are the t-test paired sample statistics. So we can see the mean score out of 30 before the intervention and the mean score out of 30 after the intervention. And in this table, we can see the difference between the mean scores out of 30 before the intervention and after the intervention, and the standard deviation and the standard error mean calculated from that difference in mean, and also that the p-value is less than 0.001. The results of my study are as follows. The value obtained upon applying the Cronbach's alpha test is 0.969, and it's more than 0.8, which means that the questionnaire used during the study was reliable. There was a significant increase in knowledge and awareness about cancers, microbes that cause cancer, HPV, vaccines available to prevent cancer after the intervention. The overall difference in knowledge and awareness about vaccine preventable cancers before and after the intervention was found to be statistically significant. The p-value was less than 0.001. And it was found that none of the 62 participants were vaccinated against either HPV or HPV. The conclusion is that there was a positive impact on the students about various aspects of vaccine preventable cancers, as evident by the increase in scores out of 30 after the intervention when compared to scores obtained before the intervention. And I would acknowledge the help of the Gujarati Science College authorities who allowed me to conduct this study in their college, and the students of the college who willingly participated in my study. And these are the references. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mo, for your presentation. Dr. Praveen Kumar, sir, please proceed with your questions.
Hey, hey Rangwala, it was a good presentation. I like that you actually had both pre-intervention as well as a post kind of approach, which was good. But however, your introduction and methodology were very elaborate, and I would definitely ask you to work on it to cut short and make it much more better. However, your statistical tests were very much appropriate. You conducted rightly McNemar test, which is paired chi-square test, which many don't generally perform. So all these were good, but work on important aspects such as elaborative introduction would not have been that much required. You should be you spent very little time for results, and almost you skipped up the discussion itself. So you should work on those. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your review. Charushila, ma'am, please continue with your questions.
So it was a good study, dear. You have taken the sample size 62. Will you please explain that how you have calculated this 62? Is it through any formula, or you have selected this 62 randomly, or the student who are willing to participate?
Ma'am, actually, when I approached the college authorities with the idea of conducting a seminar, they asked me to conduct it among a batch of students. So a batch of students of a particular year, and they were about 62.
Okay,
so that's how my
as per the research, I think you have to go for the sample size calculation first, and then you have to perform it accordingly. And second, that you have mentioned all the results in sentences. So instead of this, you can present it in a diagram or graphical presentation. So that will have some more impact. But overall, it was a good presentation and it is a good study. Keep it up.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Umu, for your presentation. And we would like to proceed with the next contestant of the hour, Shaz Sahani from Charles University in Prague, Maharashtra. She's a fourth year student. Charles, are you ready? Charles.
Hi, is my screen visible?
Yes, your screen is visible and you're audible. Just give me a cue when to start.
Yeah, I'll be starting now. Okay, hi everyone, good evening. My name is Shaz Sahani and I'm a fourth year medical student at Charles University in Prague, Faculty of Medicine at Kralove. And I'm so glad to be presenting my study in front of you guys today, which is titled Co-infection by DNA viruses in patients after kidney transplantation. So just as an introduction, as we all know, post-transplant immunosuppressive therapy gives rise to both opportunistic infections and also to reactivation of latent viruses that are present in both donor and recipient. So polyoma viruses and cytomegaloviruses, these are the two families of latent pathogens that affect recipient outcomes after allogeneic kidney transplantation. There's also a condition called polyoma virus associated nephropathy, which is a serious allograft reaction. It usually resembles acute rejection and presents within 3 months of the transplantation when the immunosuppressive therapy is at its peak. So here, the illustrations on the side depict how tubular interstitial nephritis occurs in these patients, and that resembles sort of acute rejection that happens in the kidney post-transplantation. And it's diagnosed using decoy cells in urine. So I was interested in studying this. So the aim of my study was to investigate DNA virus co-infections in transplant patients and their possible impact on the clinical outcomes of these patients. So the 3 viruses that I studied were BK polyoma virus, JC polyoma virus, and human cytomegalovirus. The methodology that I used was there was a cohort of 120 transplant recipients from the faculty hospital Haidar's Kralove that were included in my study. So that means that I did a single center study. Scheduled samples were collected on post-operative day 1 and then 1, 3, 6, and 12 months after the transplantation surgery. Urine and blood samples were both collected from each test subject. After this, viral DNA was isolated using MagCore device, and the isolated DNA was frozen up to -40 degrees Celsius. After this, routine quantitative PCR protocols were performed on the isolated DNA samples, and the PCR reaction was performed using rotogene instrument. The samples that expressed BK virus positivity were selected and genotyped for co-infections by the other 2 DNA viruses that I had mentioned before. The clinically relevant data was sourced retrospectively from records of patients that expressed these co-infections. So the results that I came up with for the BK virus detection were as follows. So the total number of organ recipients were 120, and out of them, around 11.7% were positive for the presence of the virus in urine, while 4.2 were showed presence of the virus in blood. So here we can see how the study was conducted. So out of the 120, only 19 patients were positive either in blood or urine. And then after they were tested for the other 2 DNA viruses, there were 3 patients that showed the BK virus cytomegalovirus co-infections. And then there were an additional 3 patients that showed positivity for the BK virus JC virus co-infection. This co-infection is also called the polyoma virus combined reinfection, which I'll come to later. But amongst these 3 patients, what was significantly seen was that 1 patient went on to express polyoma virus associated nephropathy. So here I've kind of broken down the 2 kinds of co-infections that were seen in these patients. And here we can see that when it came to the cytomegalovirus BK virus co-infection, there was no possible enhanced effect by the co-infection on either the BK virus copy number or the cytomegalovirus copy number. However, in when we compared this with the JC virus BK virus co-infection, we could see that the BK virus copy number was significantly increased, sometimes even 2 times over, when these patients were also infected by JC virus. So I think why my study is important is because it has already been well established that the BK virus cytomegalovirus combined reactivation has a great impact on the renal allograft function about a year after the transplantation. So this affects the long-term allograft function. However, this function does not have any impact on the recipient, either serologically or clinically. This was seen in our study. However, what was evident in our study was that when there is a BK virus reactivation, it is enhanced by JC virus co-infection, and this usually occurs between 0 to 3 months post-transplantation. This also increases the risk of acute graft rejection. So the recent studies now demonstrate a close link between acute graft rejection and these co-infections, with no real effect on graft time or survival of the recipient or the mortality. It's also important to note that the mechanisms that govern polyomavirus mortality and acute rejection.
Shaz, we gotta run a little fast because of the time constraint. Thank you for the presentation. We will proceed with the questioning. Dr. Charushila ma'am, please proceed with your questions.
Okay, Saz, it was really good, and it is little bit a different topic. You have presented it very well. So introduction and methodology was so clear. So just keep it up.
Thank you.
Hey Sas, it was very good presentation. I would like to know that you were saying that the co-infection actually increases the risk of JAS, and it may actually causes a risk of acute rejection. Did you see acute rejection in your case?
So there was acute rejection noted in patients, out of which only the one where there was the co-infection between JC polyomavirus and BK polyomavirus, when they went on to show polyomavirus associated nephropathy, then that patient had acute rejection.
Oh, okay. That's a very good thing, and I also like that it was a negative study and you presented it nicely. It was again good. But I would like you to further explore on why there was a bit of discordance between the literature-based findings that you are finding a bit. You need to explain it probably at the level of pathogenic level of the viruses which were present in your hospital as compared to what was already known. So try to explore that further. Otherwise, it was a very good study. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shaz, for your presentation. Thank you, judges, for your valuable reviews and comments. We would like to proceed with the next contestant. The next contestant is Yashwant Dinakar from Indira Gandhi Institute of Medical Sciences, Patna, Bihar, class of 2025.
Hello. Good evening to the respected judges. My project topic is effect of physical activity, exercise, and diet in the control of type 2 diabetes mellitus. I am Yashwant Dinkar, first year MBBS student at IGMS Patna. So let's proceed. The introduction. According to the International Diabetes Federation, the prevalence of type 2 diabetes mellitus in adults is 6.9 or approximately 7% in current time, and it will rise to about 17% by the year 2030. So the most chronic condition which we have to treat after the hypertension, and in the past 20 years, we have growing interest that how the exercise and diet constraints are going to affect the incidence of type 2 diabetes mellitus. So meta-analysis of exercise and diet studies have concluded that concentration of glycated hemoglobin and particularly A1C, HbA1c, can be lowered by aerobic and resistant exercises and by dietary interventions. Diet restrictions are the cornerstones of all therapeutic regimes for the type 2 diabetes mellitus, and with proper diet choice and exercise therapy, most of the patient can be treated earlier. Unfortunately, diet habits are often very difficult to change with, And we need a dietitian who can provide us the proper follow diet choices. And approximately 80% of the patient with NIDDM are overweight. So weight is also a condition, and obesity is a very pathetic condition in all that. So the aim and objective is to early activity in the diabetes trial was investigate whether the increased physical activity and diet constraint would have an effect on glycemia or lipid profile or not. So the material and the methods. The study design was a cross-sectional comparative study, and study site was Diabetic Clinic, IGIMS. Actually, I did it under my seniors. 60 patients were taken, and which were suffering from type 2 diabetes mellitus between age 35 to 50. And the exclusion criteria I have mentioned. And we have informed every patient about this research, and we have also got approval of the ethical committee of our college. So the materials was venous blood was taken, overnight fasting, HbA1c and lipid profile was checked. HbA1c was done with high pressure liquid chromatography, and lipid profile was done by calorimetric method. And the cutoff values of national were according to the National Cholesterol Education Program panel. So the history was also taken regarding the dietary habit, physical exercises, etc. And the patient were divided into two groups, 30 and the rest 30. For the first 30, we put the diet restrictions. We applied the regular exercise, 30 minutes walk, and the second part we didn't does this too. And the result was this. In the first group, we found all the levels of triglyceride, HDL, LDL, VLDL, HbA1c lowered. And from this, the discussion lead to that if we have a proper diet, exercise plans, then we would definitely having a lower incidence of type 2 diabetes mellitus, and physical exercise is a key element in the prevention and management of type 2 diabetes mellitus. And with many chronic diseases, it may not we cannot regularly maintain all the active stages. So definitely a proper diet planner and regular exercise is important to control the cardiovascular events, lipid, blood pressure, all the mortality and quality of life can be improved if we include all this in our lifestyle. Structured interventions combining physical activity with modest weight loss have been shown that type 2 diabetes mellitus have 58% lesser risk of getting the disease, and most benefit of physical activity on diabetes management are realized through acute and chronic improvement of insulin action. They actually facilitate the insulin to act better. So the conclusion was that if we have a well studied all this lifestyle modification, and we have included the diet, exercises, and improved all our lifestyles, then we would certainly see the improvement in the glycemic controls, which translate in the reduction of T2D incidence in the individual with pre-diabetic. And more rigorous studies are needed for long-term follow-up, and we have to understand better how to manage the diabetes patient, what is the role of microelements and macroelements. However, despite of lack of details, lifestyle modification definitely, if we include all this, we can improve. But we have to change the lifestyle. We have to make people aware about its benefits. Thank you. And these were my references.
Thank you, Yashwant, for your timely presentation. It was all under 5 minutes.
Thank
Dr.
you, ma'am.
Charushila, ma'am, please continue with your questions.
Yes, Yashwant, it was good study that you have done this comparative study. You have in the exercise part, you have just added this 30-minute walk or anything else?
A 30 minutes walk, it was a type of brisk walking. It was
Okay.
not a normal walk.
Okay. And you have taken this 60 samples. So how you have calculated this with any formula, or you have selected this randomly?
Actually, ma'am, I'm a first year student, so my senior just told me do it for 60, then I followed them.
Okay, so for any research, whenever you are taking any sample, no, so there are the statistical methods should be followed, and in that there are some formulas. So from this you will get this from the prevalence and rest all the things. They calculate the sample, and then this sample size is finalized. So next time, whenever you are planning for any study, so go for this sample size calculation from the statistician. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you,
So
ma'am.
it was a good study. Keep it up.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Hey, it, hey, hello. It was good that being a final year student, Yashwant, you took out efforts in conducting an original study. It was good, but I would still like you to be focusing on more on core research concepts, because just conducting and, let's say, publishing a paper is good that you are getting aware about important aspects, but you may lose up with key insights and key skills which you need to acquire of your time, right? So
Sir,
it's
I'm
important.
first year student, sir.
No, I can understand. That's what I'm explaining, that being a
Yes,
first year student, you should also focus on obtaining the required skills of your first year, and also focus on, let's say, if you take, let's say, how to conduct a good research paper, or let's say you take out time in conducting, in reading good protocols, and you take out time in reading good recommendations of containing research. I would recommend you to put efforts on those things, so that when you come to second year, you will be able to conduct a much more robust question, because the problem is the question which you actually took is actually a bit already well known. It was very much open ended, and it was not towards a particular aim, right? So these are some of the core important, while you are actually taking a research question. And I would discourage you from getting refrained in just publishing, but rather publishing with a quality. I know that if you are able to do this at this particular point of time, you will be able to do a much better study once you get trained. So so train a bit in getting yourself focused on understanding the important concepts of research, and then get back in conducting a much more focused research question, which will be able to solve a key answer of healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yashwant, for a wonderful presentation despite being a first year student. And I hope all
Thank
the
you, ma'am.
reviews and comments will definitely lead you into a very good future.
Absolutely, ma'am. Thank you.
Uh, Thank you,
Praveen
ma'am.
sir, yes.
Thank you, ma'am,
Yep.
for taking out time. I would like to drop off. I suppose it's done, right?
Yes, sir, we're done with all the participants.
Yes, it's good. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for rating with us. And team, please. I have also made the final scoring sheet. So try
Sir,
to take
sir,
the.
sir, two
Huh?
minutes. 2 minutes, sir. Please continue. After that, we have formal vote of thanks. Then, just for 1 minute, I will end stream and take group photo. Then we can end meeting.
Okay, you have a group photo. Okay.
Yes, Neha, please proceed for vote of thanks. Or Vishnu, you can proceed. Yes, sir. It was quite long. 4 hours. Thanks for bearing with us, sir.
No. It's not a problem. Actually, I have a bit of work in the morning. That's why. That's it.
Actually, case presentations we thought we given 3 hours. It went in 2.5 hours. I thought like the same, but I don't know. Like it took around for 5 papers and 1 hour.
No, it was well organized. I would say that it is a really good, well organized. The timings were actually maintained, and this would definitely take. And at the maximum, what we could have done is split it up into two, and bring up two more
Yes.
judges to kind of made it into two more rooms, running concurrently for finishing up all the participants. That would have been a solution. Okay, up to you, Vishnu. Go ahead.
Thank you for your suggestion, sir. I hope that the next Med-Invade will definitely be on what you have suggested. And I really thank Dr. Charushila ma'am and Dr. Praveen sir for staying up with us for more than 4 hours and it's kind of ecstasy kind of a thing where I have seen many people who have, they are presenting for the first time, and your valuable reviews and insights into it will definitely help them in future presentations also. And it has personally helped me also, since I'm a student who's a lot more interested in research and reviewing. I really hope that today's session will definitely be helpful on a personal note to me and everyone over here. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. We have taken the group photo
Views
also.
and insights into it will definitely help them in future presentations also. And it has personally